Hello, everyone. My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun, but we're not going to be writing any games today. Instead, we're going to be going over a handful of them. Been a while since we've done one of these, especially this will be the first one in the new place, so let's have fun there. But yes, we're going to be talking about superheroes. Yeah, superheroes! Everybody likes superheroes. I think the thing with superheroes is that they're kind of a universal thing. We see superheroes wherever we go. I think a lot more in the past couple of years as well. But like generally speaking, I think everybody has a vague memory of superheroes growing up somewhere in their life. As you see, I am Stardust the Super Wizard, the greatest superhero of all time, of course. Now, here's the thing. If I Google superhero, let's just superhero. You see some of our very classic ones. Of course, we've got the Justice League, DC Comics, Detective Comics. You got our Superman, our Batman, Flash, Hot Girl, and of course, various other ones. Of course, you can also see we have the Marvel verse. You know, Spider-Man, other Spider-Man. Captain America, the mutants, Wolverine. It's always funny when I see this image and see Spider-Man right at the front. But you kind of see, like, yeah, there's quite a few different superheroes. And of course, there's even some ones that are not like the big two. I know recently. Recently we've had Invincible. Invincible's really kind of popped up in recent years because of the Amazon show. Everyone really likes everyone likes Invincible, Mark Grayson and company. But you also have things like Jupiter's Legacy. Jupiter's Legacy, this thing that people definitely remember. Oh, and how can I forget The Boys? The Boys with Homelander, Maeve, The Deep, and various other, characters that. Yeah, I don't much care for The Boys, to be honest. I welcome to the only human being alive who will say I don't care for The Boys. But superheroes are kind of everywhere. Probably if you're about my age, if you're in your mid to late 20s and dying of old age, you probably remember shows like Teen Titans. Yeah, you probably remember this Teen Titans show and you're like, "Oh yeah, I remember Teen Titans." But you might also think of things like Young Justice. Hey everyone, look, it's Young Justice. Hey, it's various different kinds of characters that we vaguely remember. And if you were to bring up, 9 times out of 10, if you were to show someone a picture, if you were to show someone this picture, they would be pretty easy able to identify, oh, it's Superman. Whether they're a kid, whether they're very old, doesn't matter. Hey, that's Superman. People know Batman, and we all know Batman, the Batman. One of the, if not the most famous superhero of all time. This little character that we've definitely never heard about before. But yeah, if you were to show Batman to someone, anyone, they would be like, yeah, that's Batman. I'm like 97% sure that people would be able to tell. But superheroes aren't, oh well, how do I know? Superheroes are big. People like superheroes, but you want to know where we don't talk about superheroes much? Tabletop games. Tabletop role-playing games have, it's the most popular culture of pop cultures. Exactly. I think the thing with like TTRPGs and supers is that they have a very mixed history. Because if you were to say, "Hey, name me some superhero RPGs," some people would be very, very hard pressed. But if you really know your stuff, some of the best, tabletop RPGs out there are, in fact, superhero games. Let's just do superhero TTRPG. Let's just Google this right off the bat. You see probably one of the most famous ones, which is Mutants and Masterminds. This is by Green Ronin. We are not going over Mutants and Masterminds today, just want to kind of show this off. But yeah, you get things like Mutants and Masterminds, which, alright, cool, but if you know your stuff, if you know your stuff, you might even remember the Marvel Superheroes TSR game. Yes, the TSR game way back in yesteryear, and its subsequent versions such as Phase Rip. Yeah, and its subsequent versions such as this. But yeah, there are quite a few different games that people would, how do I want it? People would very actively say, hey, this is some of the best RPGs ever. And like, oh, hey, this is some of the best of the best, the greatest things that you can actually see. And it's like, hey, how do I play Spider-Man? And they're still making Marvel RPGs, unfortunately for involved. Hence why we have, if I Google here, you see the Marvel Multiverse role-playing game, which went over like a dull thud. But we can't talk about that, of course. But there's a lot of superhero RPGs out there. An absurd number of superhero TTRPGs. And I was curious, why aren't these more popular? And I'm just going to open up a couple of them. We're not going over all of these today, but I just want to show some of the ones we are going to be going over, as well as some of the ones that we're not. If I bring open... Welcome to the Silver Age Sentinels RPG. Absolute Power. Biff Bam Kapow. We are going to be going over Cold Steel Wardens. We've also got ones like Supers. Supers. With Falcon Man. And then we have things, such as the Superpowered System, Superpower System. Or Super Babes, based off a comic. Or there's quite a few other ones that we can talk about here. For various reasons. But I think that's one of the most interesting aspects about superheroes, when it comes to TTRPGs, is that there are so many of them, but many of them don't do much. Probably if you were to accuse someone and say, okay, hey, what is the, let's just Google superhero TTRPG. If you just Google that right now, what's the best, the 8 best superhero TRPGs? Mutants and Masterminds, the D20 variant that was born out of the OGL era. The Marvel Multiverse role-playing game. A diceless role-playing game about nothing. The Exceptionals. City of Mist. Sentinel Comics. The Hero System, and Masks, which is... Oh, of course, we have to have bring in... give me 1 second. We have to bring in, welcome to Nightcat. Yeah, this is say hello to Nightcat, everybody. He's the he's my costumed best friend sidekick, with his trusty claw hammer and a Makarov. The Nightcat is somewhat dangerous for everyone around us, but we don't talk about that part. The thing with Supers games is that there are an absurd number of them, actually. There's quite a few of these games, and most of them are not well known. And people keep bringing up games like Masks. Like, Masks is a game that is definitely trying to be Young Justice. And if you think about it, you're like, wait a second, playbooks. Yes, this is a variant of Powered by the Apocalypse that Magpie does. And you're like, oh. But there's a lot of these things. And you kind of got to ask, like, why aren't superhero RPGs more popular? Because you should think about it, with the huge rise of superheroes in the past decade, shouldn't everybody be making these things? Shouldn't superhero RPGs be topping the charts and beating D&D? Because everybody likes it. We're already into nerd shit, so why not just double down and make more nerd shit? Well, I think there's a couple reasons. Obligatory PBTA editions, of course. Yeah, of course. Nothing much. We're just talking super shit. Hey, super shit. We're talking about superheroes. Also, you're talking about PBTA. Yes, because we had to bring up Masks, which probably is one of the better-known Supers games. So why aren't superhero RPGs more popular? Well, I think the first thing is the big two. We live in a world where DC and Marvel do exist, and those are what people really associate was... Nope, it's Masks is a PBTA variant. It's Magpies. But yeah, let me redo my life. So the fact that DC and Marvel exist, I think really does hinder the existence of a lot of other games. Because everybody wants to be Spider-Man. Everyone wants to be Spider-Man / Batman. Those are just things people want to be. And when a game can't let me be Spider-Man and or Batman, well, people start losing interest pretty quickly. Especially, though, you also have the problem of if it's too close. Hey, you are all but Spider-Man and all but Batman, why aren't we just doing this or whatever? And this also kind of leans into another little sub-point there, is that people want to play in worlds they know. Everybody knows DC and everyone knows Marvel, and there's a lot of pre-established rules in DC and Marvel. We're a common rider. We'll get to that in a bit there, saying. We're talking about Western superheroes, because that's what people usually end up associating with it. I think the second big issue, scaling. It is a pain in the ass to scale games. Because people always say, like, well, Spider-Man, you know, like, well, Batman and Superman are fundamentally different from one another. And why does Batman get involved with anything? Because Batman's a dude. Like, at the end of the day, Batman's just a guy. What's Batman's superpower? Money, and he punches people really hard sometimes. Like, he doesn't really have anything else too exotic about him, but he exists in the same plane of reality as Superman. Why? Because the writers say they can, which is kind of a bigger issue, which is just... How do you make a game that scales to Superman and Batman and make it feel satisfying? It's hard, if not impossible. Sometimes, and we're going to be going over one game that I think does that pretty well, but it makes compromises on that front as well. I think a lot of people get really messed up with that. Yeah, plot armor and super strength, exactly. You do have plot armor, and the fact that it is a comic book does also lean there. Superman, you could kill Batman, but Batman's going to get up to it in 2 issues because he's going to get resurrected by Ra's al Ghul, or something's going to happen, or we're going to reset the timeline or whatever. You can kill Superman, but Superman's going to come up. Superman's been around since the fucking 30s. Like, he's not going anywhere. Batman's not going anywhere. We physically can't get them to go anywhere. On the other hand, if you're playing a tabletop role-playing game, someone wants to play Batman, someone else wants to play, you know, Superman. How do you scale that? And that's very difficult. And if you can't do that, people start getting really annoyed. I think the other big issue with this, and we kind of touched on it a little bit, is either everybody is Superman or everyone is Spider-Man, which is, it's kind of a weird thing to talk about advancement. But if you really think about it, does Batman get better at being Batman? No, he really doesn't, unless it's like a year 1 story. And then he's like, oh yeah, Batman's getting better at being Batman. Does Superman get better at being Superman? No, not really. Unless it's a year 1 thing, and then that's kind of the idea, is, hey, you are always in this weird point of being where you can never really get better at things, which is a major draw for these games, which is one of the main inciting factors to do anything. Well, I want to get better at it. I want to get more strong. I want to get, more powers. I want to get more abilities or anything. where you don't need to worry about that when you're writing a comic book. Batman is already where he needs to be to have the plot be interesting and funny, and we have to fight the Joker this time because he's going to plant a joke bomb on, you know, Commissioner Gordon and... Hello, phone. Oh no, Scarecrow is here. Like... And it's like, oh no, we need to do it. Like, it's... Like, how do you do that? Like, how do you get Spider-Man to be better at Spider-Manning? You don't, or you end up with Miles fucking Morales. It's... I think that's kind of a bigger, like, why aren't these more popular is because, like, well... And this is kind of the double-sided sword as well, which is, like... Well, everyone... Well, I want to play Superman, but I can't play Superman right off the bat, so what's the point? Well... I can, you know, while I'm playing Superman, but I have nothing to fight for. I have nothing to actually go forward. So it's like, oh, well, I don't really care as much. I think, honest to God, but here's the thing. All of these get kind of, you know, Sang brought it up, actually. All of these kind of go away when you start bringing up different versions of superheroes, which is one of the things that I think people really need to lean into a lot more. Which is like, you get things such as, you know, kind of like street level. Like, oh, well, we're just street supers. Actually, here's, you know, we can do the ages of comics. There we go. I can bring this up. You know, you get your Golden Age. Kind of like, you get kind of like your Golden Age comics. These are your, you know, your very classic Supermans, your very classic Batmans. Then you end up with, like, Silver Age. Hey, you know, we have a little bit more deeper plots going on. Things are going a little bit more, you know, deeper and a little bit more bizarre plots, but even more interesting things. You know, there's actually storylines. And then we get, you know, a lot more of Bronze Age and Iron Age stuff, including there, where we end up with, you know, stories that are a lot darker. The Watchmen, for example. You know, you get up with much very dark stories with characters that get the shit kicked out of them a lot, and people die. And then you kind of have what I like to call the plastic age when it comes to, you know, comic books in general. Where it's, how do we... Like, it's kind of the idea of, how do you make that plastic new way of doing things? It's like, oh, well, you know, these, like, where do you kind of put yourself there? And some of the games we're going to be going over are very, hey, we are Golden Age, we are Silver Age, we are Iron Age, as it's described as. However, there's one set of things I want people to understand that is very popular and very good. Fucking Kamen Rider and its contemporaries, unironically, I think a lot of people want to play this. You may be saying, what do you mean, Notepad? What do you mean that people want to play Kamen Rider? Because Kamen Rider does everything we talked about. That's the thing. Oh, well, every Kamen Rider series is technically its own independent thing, so you don't feel like you're slaved to a particular franchise. You do not exist in the same world as Superman or, like Iron Man. You don't exist in the same world as those two. So you feel like you actually are accomplishing something. No, you're just a writer. Go get him, Chief. Hey, we don't need to worry about advancement anymore because you do get better as being a Kamen Rider. Very actively, in fact. You know, through the course of your series, you are getting better. You are getting stronger. You are doing your job. And you do get a lot more things. It's like, hey, yeah, you do not only get more transformations, you're just becoming a better fighter. You're getting more toys. And I think the big thing is, you scale a lot easier. Yeah, everyone's kind of on the same track, so if you get like 4 characters who all want to play Kamen Riders, that means you're all equally about there, but you can all develop yourselves in different ways. I think that's very important. And it's kind of funny when you think about it, even things if you go down to like Super Sentai stuff. You know, oh, well, generally speaking, you all are about the same strength, you're all advancing, you're all, you know, kind of set in your own world, but on the other hand, you have pre-established rules to kind of bounce off of. I think people think when they think RPGs, when like more superhero RPGs should lean into, you know, your Super Sentais, your Kamen Riders, ironically more Eastern heroes, because even you can get things such as you can get things like Tiger and Bunny. Tiger and Bunny is really good, and I think everyone should actually look at this more because it's a very funny franchise. But the entire idea is like, yeah, we're corporate superheroes, and we gotta wear like the fucking Bandai, you know, arbor sets and SoftBank arbor sets as we do hero stuff. But we do get better at our jobs. We are advancing slowly, and that's one of those interesting aspects that I enjoy. Am I saying, oh, Japan does it again? No, not necessarily. It is just kind of the idea these guys, that Japanese franchises aren't usually as, or the way that we see some of these, they aren't really as, I wouldn't say slaved, but there's no expectation to create Superman. There's no expectation to create Batman. Then you get things, of course, like My Hero Academia, of course, which has its own can of fucking worms, but that's its own thing, really. Is the good sponsored one. The bad sponsored ones are The Boys. Yeah, you do get things like The Boys and stuff, but it's kind of that's kind of the idea. Is just like, in what I've noticed anyway, and you know, I'm not just trying to be a fucking weeb here, by the way, is generally speaking, Eastern superheroes tend to scale up. We start pretty weak, we get really strong by the end of the series, but then the series ends. Tiger and Bunny got its second season at the end of the day, but it took quite a while. And it's still just them going through all the bullshit drama of being, you know, superheroes. On the other hand, you get things like Batman will never end, Superman will never end, but Superman and Batman are Superman, Batman, Iron Man, Captain America are the titular, like, superhero comic book characters that we should love and adore here in the West, and that's kind of its own back and forth issue. Give me 1 second. But they also have restricting his roleplay game when the morals are predetermined as being a hero. Hi, by the way, I just found you on the YouTube channel and binge again. Yay, more people. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. Is you kind of end up with a lot of different ways of approaching situations. That kind of comes with the territory. But what games are we now we've talked about all this? What games are we going to be going over today? Now, originally, I was like, I'm just going to select a few that seem interesting. It's Tiger Ball invincible? Tiger Ball is invincible. Good job, Mara. You were denied shooting the shooting Black Cat himself. Don't worry, he's got a gun. No. Yes, he was spared. Someone purchased him earlier. So, the games we're going to be going over today is Codename Spandex. We looked at this one already. Cold Steel Wardens. Or let me try to get the voice right. Cold Steel Wardens. We've also got Enforcers. Which probably has one of the best covers available. Yes, welcome to Enforcers. We're going to be going over Prowlers and Paragons, because I got continuously told that it's the greatest superhero RPG available. And we're also going to be going over the Underground, because this is one of those games I have a weird memory of constantly. Where was the other one? Yeah, no, those are the ones. So yeah, these are the 5 games we're going to be going over today. Inadvertently, I didn't mean for this to happen. This did kind of become an oldies case for various reasons. So, no Ascendant, no. He's a black cat. He's Manly the Black Cat with his, he fights crime, and of course Manly is also the my trusty sidekick. He's the Batman to my Stardust the Super Wizard. Because I think everyone should be holding the power of Stardust. See, I was very close to making myself Power Nelson, but then I thought, Power Nelson might be mad at me if I did that, but it would be funny. But generally speaking, these are the games we're going to be going over today, but I want to start with one that kind of bamboozled my brain a little bit. We're gonna. I want to talk about this one because it's really interesting. This is Enforcers, super-powered science fiction role-playing game, and you might be looking at this saying, "All right, what's the catch? What's the doo-wop, Notepad? Yeah, you can't just throw this on us." Yeah, it would pad the video to 10 hours. I was thinking about doing something like Ascendant, but then I'm like, no, I need some bait for future one of these. Because that's the thing, is like, I do have more games in here that I would want to actually cover, because there are quite a few super RPGs, one of which we'll actually be learning of where to get even more. Now, the thing is, Enforcers. What is this game? What is this game? Well, fun fact about Enforcers. Enforcers came out in the ancient year of 1987. Yes, it came out in 1987. This game is older than probably all of you. What is this game? Who did this game? So, if we do a little bit of looking around, if we type in, what if we Google Enforcers TTRPG? It does actually have a Wikipedia page. It's kind of a weird thing to say it has a Wikipedia page. Its adventure has a Wikipedia page. Yeah, and yeah, there we go. Now the thing is, you might be saying, okay, oh, it's 21st century games, and the basic idea is, hey, you take the role of superheroes in the year 2046, and the rules cover, that's it. You do not hear anything about that idea of it takes place in the year 2046. You hear nothing about it. It is a side note at best. As you kind of see here, this was kind of the area of champions, of villains, and vigilantes, which I wanted to do villains and vigilantes, but I kind of got caught up in doing a couple of these other ones. So, 21st century games, they don't exist really anymore. This is the best way I could actually find them. They did a bunch of modules, I think. That was kind of their big thing. They did a couple of modules and Enforcers. Now, I was like, all right, I want to do some more digging on this. I need to find more, right? Obviously. And that's where things start getting a little bit weird, because 21st century games is not really a thing that exists anymore. They're kind of a difficult thing to even find anything about. And you may be saying, oh, well, what about the writer? Gary Bernard. Like, if we do, like, Gary Bernard TTRPG, nothing pops up. Nothing shows up. Okay, so it's not him. Charles Mann. Charles Mann. Nothing. Nothing at all. The only one that I thought about it could be him, but that also doesn't add up at all. I'm like, all right, so what about Larry Troth? Alright, there's got to be something here. Like, there's got to be something here. I have no idea. However, if we go to darkshire.net, you find right here 21st century games based out of California. I'm like, all right, what else have these guys done? So I went to their website and I was like, all right, let's go to their website, everyone, and it's fucking nothing. It's a bullshit website that doesn't exist anymore. All right, that's an issue. Let's copy the link. Now, all of this goes nowhere. I'm going to go back to 2014. Let me see if I can find the exact one I was looking for. This is 24th century game. This is 2014, mind you. Anything more recent doesn't really show up at all. This is the kind of keynote we're working with here, by the way. We are internet hunting ghosts. Was this kind of Silver Age? This was Silver Age-ish. Yeah, it's not. They're not pen names. They're just. They didn't work on anything. They're not important. I don't want to word. We're going to encounter one other person early on that popped up immediately because he's actually relatively well known for various reasons. But the guys who worked on Enforcers were not. This was really their only big game that they ever worked on. Yes, I am on the internet hunting ghosts. And we have found ghosts. Nothing really popped up for these guys. They want you to join the Yahoo groups for it. You know, the Yahoo groups. They've got a couple errata published. Like, hey, what is it? You can buy it for $10 if you go through them. Yep. Yeah, we're not. This is a little bit of ancient history here. There's no real history on these guys. It's hard to find anything. Yeah, they didn't have a storefront till the 90s. They have one system and 2 modules, and nothing ever happened. Nothing really occurred. I don't know if they just disappeared or if they went away. It's hard to really tell. This is even, if you notice here, this part of the website's from 2015, you know, 2008 even. Like, it's finding anything recent on these guys is almost impossible. And that is, you know, the role-playing web ring. You know, the role-playing web. Oh boy. This was their only game. This is their only thing they ever used or any, you know, really invested in, you could say. They kind of just ceased to exist. Is that a problem? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Not really. It's just kind of a reality of the matter. They didn't really go anywhere, and they didn't really do anything, and this is probably going to be the only... When this video comes out, because I will make a video on Enforcers, because it is actually kind of an interesting story. This is going to be the only story you will ever hear about Enforcers, because Enforcers is a game that is dead. These people, if they wrote it in their 20s, they're in their, like, almost 60s now. You gotta remember that. It came out 37 years ago. Guys who wrote Enforcers are probably in their 60s. Or possibly even a little younger. It's hard to tell. Kind of got reviewed a couple different places. That is the story, though, of Enforcers. Did anyone work on anything else? No. I think it was just a bunch of friends who decided to work on a superhero game kind of arbitrarily. So this is Enforcers. So, we need someone to help us out, though. We need someone who is able to help us enforce. Thus, I am bringing in Dr. Mindbender, or Francis Mindbender. Say hello to Francis. Of course, he is from the, he's part of the Amazing Adventures. He's a psychic detective. He doesn't make any money, though. He's from Neo Yokio. He's single, mysteriously. Known fat Ronald and Mary. He's got a BA in sociology. He's from Neo Yokio. He's A10, dirty blonde. And you might be looking at this character sheet and saying, Notepad, what the fuck am I looking at? Well, it will make sense in a minute. It will all make sense in a minute, I swear. So, Enforcers. First things first, we start out with a character sheet, and they do give you a little paper doll for you to draw your super costume on. But I'm gonna give you a very special thing here. There's no lore in this. See this? Like, it's literally 2 pages of the actual lore at the end of the book. This, oh god. Popping up a lung. Yeah, there's no grounding to this game, if that makes sense. So get ready for it. We're improvising lore as we go along. At the end of the day, Enforcers was trying to make, hey, we want to make characters that feel powerful. We want to make them, you know, not very complicated. We want to make things, you know, very easy to understand, very math driven. So I'm like, okay, how do we create a character? I'm like, all right, we open up with creating a character. We have no context for anything. We just do make a character. These are all important. But also not very important. Weight is actually very important, by the way, and you will need to calculate your weight properly. Yeah, neither the campaign world, otherwise why do we need hero? Race can work for or against you. You can't play aliens or anything, so that's one of the things there. Our various occupations and skills, superpowers, how our power is acquired, what's our personality, what's our motivations. The big thing, though, is we have creation points. At our most basic setup, our creation points are, I have 25 creation points. That was my thing. I wanted 25 creation points. And that is, you know, 25 is moderate rate of growth. You're a pretty normal person, a normal superhero at 25, though you can go all the way up to 35 for very high-powered campaigns. You might be thinking, hey, why is this like, oh, well, they grow quickly. You get a lot more toys in Enforcers, and with a lot more toys, even adjusting some of these numbers up 2 or 3 points, suddenly your numbers can get pretty ridiculous. Now, what you need to do is you're going to be rolling 4d6, keep the highest. Drop the lowest, I should say. Yeah, 4 1s are rolled to the die. That score should be re-rolled. And Mindbender rolled pretty well, all things considering. Yep, Dr. Mindbender rolled really well. Also, no female version. No, we're not. This is the 80s, Prospero. You don't get that yet. Now, the thing is with Dr. Mindbender, he rolled pretty well here. As you can see, you may be wondering, how the hell do you get 21 on a 3d6 roll effectively? And the answer is, you can actually spend your creation points getting it. But yeah, you randomly roll your strength, con, agility, which is referred to as your agility and dexterity lumped together, or your ADX. Why is it called your ADX? I don't know. But you could actually increase these for about 1 creation point for 5 points. So I actually ended up, you know, spending 2 creation points to bump my intelligence up, because I am the smartest man alive, of course, and my constitution up a little bit. I was like, okay, you know, Dr. Mindbender is our psychic detective. He needs to be pretty smart. But, you kind of see, effect accuracy bonus, small great hit points, intelligence can increase by a rate of 5. But you also get things like your media rating. How much do they like you? How much news coverage do you end up with? What's your comeliness? Comeliness is not referenced anywhere else in these rules. It's a direct measure of a person's physical appearance and beauty. 1 CP to get 8 points of comeliness. It does literally do nothing. It literally does nothing, and they even say this does nothing, and I find that very, very funny. So yeah, you can just become the most prettiest man in the world with like 36 very easily, and just walk around and just like hello, and have people fall off their fall out of their car, looking at how pretty you are. And then we move right into optional statistics. This is going to lead to, this is probably one of the most complicated sections of the game. And they're putting it here just so they can explain it to you. But I'm going to explain how damage works. Okay, so I want to use Psycho Blast on someone. I want to put my hand, my fingers to my head. I'm like, Psycho Blast! And then I hit you with my Psycho Blast. You may be seeing that damage 30 there. So you might think, okay, it does 30 damage. That's incorrect. That is very incorrect. Damage can technically scale from 1 to infinity. Yes, infinity. However, what you do is you roll your R factor. All you do at the end of the day, if I want to hit you with my Psycho Blast, is, if I'm going to take out my 2d6 here, I'm going to roll my R factor. They never really explain what the R factor is, but let's say Psycho Blast. I've hit you with my Psycho Blast. I've rolled a 4. I would do 120 damage because I would do 30 times 4 here. And already you're like, what the fuck do you mean? Yes, this is actually how they handle damage. Damage can get pretty extreme, and because dam goes up pretty high. However, if you notice, my health is 635. Yes, my health is 635. So don't look at it too dangerously. Of course, Francis Mindbender isn't going to be punching anyone to death, but if he does throw something at you, it's going to do. Let's roll. I want to do my 2D. So let's determine our R factor for my telekinetic strike, where I throw something at you. I've done 400 damage because I rolled a 10 there. Yeah, Francis Mindbender threw a fucking rock at you and brained you. Yeah, that is it's. If I give it anything, it is unique. Just the number of like how, yeah, you are a superhero. Yeah, this is the only game really that the numbers feel, how do I want to word, the numbers look and feel super heroic, because it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm doing 800 damage. I have 1,000 health or whatever. And like, even if Francis were to punch someone, he does 2d6 damage. Like, he does no damage, and he's not even very good at hand-to-hand combat. But that's not what he wants to do. He wants to Psycho Blast you, and... now, you have to determine your energy cost for everything, because everything has a cost in energy. As you can tell, let me see if I can find my my exact energy cost here. As you can see, it's a little bit difficult. I have 67 energy. I can Psycho Blast you about 12 times. Actually, about 10 times. No, not 10 times. I can Psycho Blast you about 5 times. Reliably. Before I run out, actually no, I'd be able to Psycho Blast you 6 times. That's my ECU right there. I'd be able to Psycho Blast you about 6 times. Before I run out of energy. I can't do anything. I'm just tired. Everything takes this. And you may be saying, with how DAM works, is DAM only works off of scales of 10. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Technically, the cost between 40 and 50 is all that matters. However, you can select 45. Why would you ever want to select something like 45? This is why. When you're actually determining your damage and stuff, this is all math. You need a calculator for this game. You physically cannot play this game without a calculator. Use the preceding formula to determine your energy cost per use, as well as the base chance per hit. It's great. Yeah, this is one of those games where you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, this is the 80s. All right, this is the 80s. Most of the time you have like a base percent chance to hit. You could just say you have a 75% chance to hit for free. However, if you have a 75% chance to hit, your base chance to hit increases. Therefore, your energy cost per use increases. So you may want to actually reduce down and get it there. I, of course, as Dr. Mindbender, said fuck that, and I chose to have a total hit of 120. If I go to 120, I only play +1 creation point modifier for it, and but I have to pay a lot more energy for it. There are some couple fancy powers here, but this is the big thing of how granular you can make your powers. You can make these powers extremely granular. And it's like, oh, you can adjust how well you want to be a good you want to be a martial artist. Just dump a bunch of creation points into determining your chance to hit. That's all you need to do, because you get 10% for each creation point. Yeah, and all damage is done in your carrying capacity. So just bulk. Yet again, bulk masters win. I'm sorry, Kings, but bulking is the objective right way of doing things. You do get a lot of very fine control over your characters in this, and there are quite a few different powers here. So let's just kind of go down to some of your powers here. So hey, I want to be an android. Yeah, hey, power self-aware artificial constructs that are designed to look like normal humans. A complete set of bonuses are given below. 20 strength, 20 agility, 8 con, 120 points of invulnerability. Just look, they also have having this computer enhanced brain. 20 points of int score, 30 points of willpower. Yeah, you want to be superheroes? Just play a fucking android. The problem being, it's yeah, you roll. You literally need a repairman. To actually get yourself fixed. You are effectively a unkillable super machine. On the other hand, you are also a android that will fall apart, and you're going to lose a lot of money. The real threat was your bank account. Also, thank you very much, Rattlecap the Third, for following. Thank you very much. Ow. Animal and plant control, and it's having animal powers. You want to have animal powers? Yeah, okay. Hey, what do we do? However, you can just say, hey, I want the ability to turn into an avian or an insect or a reptile. Yeah, you can turn into a fish if you want. You can create Aquaman if you want. Animal weaponry. Hey, you have armor. Just the fact that you have armor, you want to play Iron Man, you can do this. Astral awareness. Astral travel. Yes, you can have astral travel. Of course, you can also take there's also some like really basic ones like combat bonus. Combat bonus are things like, hey, just get a 4% bonus. If you have like leftover points, invest in combat bonus. Because, hey, well, I'm just a little bit better at doing everything. Just a little bit better. You want to play Cyberman, you have the ability to kill people instantly. Yep. Yeah, you have the ability to kill people. Suggest use B. This game feels like one man's autistic answer to someone suggests to use BX for a superhero game, complete with a randomly generated characters at the beginning. This was 87. They were playing games that were like that, effectively. This wasn't like, oh, it's a B and X hack or whatever. This is, I want, like, fuck those games. We want to make our own. Dematerialization, dimension door, electricity. There's a lot of fucking powers in here. Some of them are like this. Energy bolt. Standard offensive power can fire a bolt of energy at his opponent for hit point damage. Character strength store and feet times 5. The thing is, you're taking this and then you're starting to kind of invest a lot more into, well, I'm going to increase the range, I'm going to increase the damage capacity, I'm going to redo this. If you really want, you can have multiple energy bolts at just various different damage capacities. Like, oh, well, I have my death bolt, which I throw at you and you explode, but I also have my, like, tiny little key blast that I can throw at you. Energy vampires. Then we have things like extra dam. For every creation point you spend, the character has 5 points of damage to the effect of all his offensive powers. This is not dam, this is damage. It's literally a +5 at the end of whatever damage you end up doing. Doesn't seem too impressive, but if you get like 10 points of it, that's +50. Being able to fly, having gills. Some of them get really detailed, like gravity projection. Others of them, like, you get like growth powers. Where was the, yes, the ability to, immolate yourself. Yeah. Oh, that's what I mean. Someone got mad at PX. Having the ability to just go invisible or invulnerability. Oh yeah, no, it's effectively invulnerability acts as overhealth. And this is really powerful if you want to do like, if you take out like 30, 40 points of fucking if you take up 10 points of invulnerability, you resist 400 points of damage. On the other hand, Dr. Mindbender threw a telekinetic blast at you and dealt 7 gajillion damage. So, oh yeah, deal with that. Laser beams, lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Lycanthropic immunity. Yeah, congratulations. You are animal form. You are immune to things. You're a lycanthrope. You just have fucking magic. Yep. Magnetism, mental domination. Then you get things like mutation. Mutation's a bullshit ability. I don't know why it's dumb. Mutation is effectively, my superpower is whatever I can convince the GM to give me with a point cost of however much the GM wants to give me. It's not very detailed. I wish there was a little bit more behind that one. Hey, you end up getting you get a pet. Or of course, you also have the ability to resurrect people. Yep, you get a resurrect. You can resurrect people. This is a basic ability that you can pick up. It only costs 7 character points. You can also just be a robot if you want. Being an android's better though. Yeah, spider climb, stitching powers. There's quite a few different ones that you can do, and trust me, teleportation is its own lovely bit of autism. You know, it's you have to create portals between 2 places. Pretty much, teleporting will eat your soul. That's the thing. It will eat your soul of how much energy it actually costs. On the other time, you could also do vibration attacks. You want to vibrate someone to death? Yeah, you can. And then you get willpower. Willpower is an ability score that effectively allows you to make a second save on anything. Which is a really weird thing to think about, which is, oh no, make a con save, and you roll your con, and like, oh no, this isn't good. On the other hand, you can say, make a con save, and then make a willpower save. It's a second save. That's all it is. You screw up a saving throw of your constitution or whatever, you can say, nuh-uh, I'm going to roll willpower and power through it, but you got to burn whatever the actual result is on the die. Every game like this needs a miscellaneous option, yeah. Then you get some like very basic weaknesses, which also, in case you're wondering, actually are pretty open, all things considering. But one of the things is, where is it? Hey, you can take extra damage from one specific type of attack. Ow. Or you're hunted, depending on like who's hunting you, and you get to actually choose how much you get and how many points you get from using math. But then you get things like impaired power. Hey, your Psychoblast too expensive, why don't you take impaired power? And you get some bonus points. There's a few bonus points, but you have to make a roll anytime you use it, or it absolutely botches and everything goes wrong. I ended up taking impaired power on my telepathy. There's about a 10% chance anytime I use telepathy that my brain will explode. I'm gonna have a bad time, and don't worry, it's fine. And it's like, oh, okay. Hey, you have impaired senses. You're blind. You have no danger sense or whatever. All right, cool. But then you get irrational fears of, hey, cars or dogs or the dark. You have to make an int score. You're just mute. Of course, I made Dr. Mindbender a mute man who talks to everyone via telepathy. A telepathy that has a 10% chance of horrible failure. He's not very good at his job. Or hey, you could just say, I don't have a saving throw. Nope, I have no saving throw against telepathy or death. Or prejudice, or people just don't like you because they're prejudiced against you. You have a terrible secret. You do statistics. And various other little things like that. I do actually... The power creation system is probably the most interesting aspect of this game. Outside one other aspect, which is a little bit weird, but we'll get to that in a second. It's kind of it is interesting of like how detailed you can go with individual powers. And if Enforcer's second edition, Enforcer's second edition after 37 years ever comes out. I hope they double down on that. There you go, everybody. But I guess Hero does that nowadays, so fuck us, I guess. Very basic hit points. Out cold for D12 hours. The big thing with hit points is you need to determine your factors. Each of your factors, if we go up here, is determined by this. Strength, it's 10% of your strength, 13% of your con, 7% of your ADX, or 3% of your intelligence. And don't forget about to add these factors. Build these up. Now, you may be thinking, hey, Notepad, you definitely need to, round these up. Do not round them up. Do not round these up. You will feel nothing but pain because the game does not actually say to round them up. You have to write them out as it is actually supposed to be. They do have a nice little chart here for everything, but yeah, this is actually how it is recorded. This is important because, again, get ready to plug all of these numbers in to various aspects to get what you want. Right. Yeah. Round the figure up to 100 minus bearing in mind that this applies to human similar creatures only. Yeah. You really can't get lower than 100 HP. And 100 HP is you die when someone looks at you like a little bit mean. But like, yeah, you add up, you get quite a few different, you get a lot of energy to play around with. Yeah, because see, if you're any kind of energy points you take, any kind of damage you take is kind of bad because you're taking your energy points and your health points fall to 0, you're actually dead. And then of course carry capacity. Yeah, get ready to determine your carrying capacity. Because this is actually doubles as your strength for a lot of things. As we can see, this very detailed equation that you need to make sure you do correctly. In theory, I can carry 72.9 pounds because I have a strength of 9, and I'm a manlet. I am a fucking manlet. But don't worry, I'm a psychic man, so I don't need to worry about any of that, really. Because I can psychic, and I can just do that psychically. Yeah, I can lift 79 pounds reliably. Then our hand-to-hand. This is actually how you determine your hand-to-hand damage. Yes, you have to use the log function. Luckily, they actually have a chart for this. But this is the actual formula you would have to plug in to get this. Why in God's holy name they brought a log function into this, I will never know. But we do have a log function. Yes, damn, you're currently trying to calculate values. CC damn, -1, upper carry limit, less damn you have calculated. If you ever use this formula, the character responds to be nominated for divinity school. Yeah, they even say like, yeah, don't do this. Don't find this. This is literally how you determine whatever it is. Here's your running speed. You know, your running speed. Yeah. This is where the thing, you know, dam versus carrying capacity. One of the ideas here is that if you are super strong, you should be able to actually carry things a lot more. So by virtue of us being only able to carry 170, our actual melee hand-to-hand damage is 1. But say we were, you know, be able to carry 5,000 pounds, we would go up to 9. And I don't actually think this is correct, by the way. Because this is incredibly jacked. Just not even gonna lie. Because how this would be is technically it's 20 plus 29 times 6. And because it's 29 times 6, I can run 174 feet in 15 seconds. Remember, everyone, this was a game made when calculators were stored behind glass in the jewelry department. Yeah, effectively, this is 87. I can almost guarantee you. This is my $1 million. This is the $1 million IQ. These were guys probably in college writing this. And they were probably all math nerds, and this is just something that they did because they had access to everything. But yeah, it's like, oh, don't forget about all your different bonuses, which there are bonus statistics. This is your 2-hit bonus and your damage bonus. Your 2-hit bonus is your ADX plus your int, while your damage bonus is your ADX plus strength. This is how you actually determine all the numbers here. Just use the chart here. You're going to have to print out the chart anyway. Just print out the chart. I ended up with a grand total, mind you, a grand and intoxicating total of a plus 4% to my basic hit chance. As a 4% bonus. I know. You may be impressed by my my girth. Now you have your detective score. Now your detective score is well, this is your literally everything else. I have a 17% chance. Yeah, you know, to actually see how observant I am. I have no idea why it is this low. No idea. Even like I have a 21. I'm far above human average intelligence. I'm above human average intelligence. I have a 17% chance to see things properly. If you have lower than that, you have even lower. So Phoenix Command? No, this was college guys. These were college guys that got annoyed that their autism game wasn't autistic enough. What's your danger sense? What's your healing rates, your knockback factors? Because of course there's knockback factors. Now this is the skill section. So this is the non-combat skill section. You get to choose one, or you know, you can do like 5 or maybe 1. You know, without them. Yeah, you could like, hey, you know, 3 is a normal number of skills to possess if you want. I chose to have 1 skill for Dr. Mindbender just to show people off. Most of these skills are seemingly arbitrary. Yeah, you know, Olympic quality feats of acrobatics in combat, other situations simply by rolling less than 90 on a D100. Saving throw versus half his, you know, ADX score. The numbers here are fucked. It's very weird, some of the numbers. Hey, you can learn how to train animals. You have the anti-terrorist ability. The terrorists use accomplish their objectives. You have an 80% chance of detecting terrorist activities being carried out in an area. 80% chance. That's flat mod. Or hey, you have an arcane weapons. You know, any sort of old-fashioned melee weapon without incurring penalty. All right. Archaeology, you know, automated systems, your computer programming. Yes, you have a computer programmer skill. Criminology, demolitions. Where was the of course, extortion. You do have the journalism skill. Have no fear. Here's the law skill. You can be a lobbyist, military strategy, any kind of modern weapon. Because normally you take a -20 penalty unless you have this. Robot, sales design, your smuggler, your space pilot. Yeah, you could go to space. You know you go to space in this game? Nope. And of course... Of course, we can also select the yes, an AI specialist. Of course, we also have the terrorism skill. Yes. Welcome to I believe one of the very few games in the world that has a mechanical value of being a terrorist. Have no fear, kids. We've solved the crisis. Oh god, this is my eye. Yeah, theft. 75% chance, percent chance of accomplishing any task related to stealing. You have a 75% chance of stealing a car, picking a wall, evading police, fencing stolen. Yeah, all the necessary equipment. Yeah, and finally, the trucking skill.
You may not like it, but we can also play Euro Truck Simulator, except we're all superheroes. Part of me loves the fact that the skills are just fucking weird. Part of me loves it. Other part of me is like, this is dumb. This is silly. But like, I do kind of appreciate the fact that there are like the trucking skill and there's the terrorism skill. Have no fear, we can play the military strategist. Or, you know, like, go to the government. Oh boy, the lobbying skill. You must think they really sat down and were like, yeah, you know what we need? The trucking skill. Truck Freak Simulator. If I ever want to design a TTRPG at some point, I am definitely seeing the comeliness stat with no effect. Yeah, comeliness does nothing. Like, literally, again, you have to remember, anything above 18, effectively, anything above 18 means people, like, stop dead in their tracks to look at you. And you can pump it up way past 18 pretty easily. 3 points, and you are probably the most handsome man available. You are a Bogdanov. It's very impressive that you can become a Bogdanov in this game. That's who I should have been. I should have made Dr. Mindbender. I should have made the descendant of the Bogdanovs. Can you go negative at all? No. You can never drop below 4 in a stat. Though, well, I guess 4 comeliness would mean that you are a hideous freak of nature. And people are actively scared of you. But doesn't do anything. So yeah, round counter. 15 seconds of game time. Look at the initiative chart. We're going to talk about the initiative chart now, and I want to explain to you by doing the best I can here. Because the initiative chart is bonkers, and I respect whoever came up with it. This is the initiative chart. Yeah, let me rotate the pages. This is a thing that you must use to play the game correctly. So, I'm going to take Dr. Mindbender. We're going to use Mindbender here. We're going to let's slap him in there. Hello, Dr. Mindbender. So, Dr. Mindbender here he has an ADX score of 10. So we need to roll 1d10 and add to his ADX and add to our ADX score. So let me get out my d10 die now. You like rolling every This is one of those games that you can roll every single one of your die if you want. It's great. So I got a 6. So 6 plus 10, I have a 16. So I would go right here. But let's bring in one of our other friends here real fast. Let's bring in. I know who to bring in. If I can find him. So, of course, open up. This looks awful already. Like, just confusing at first glance. Yeah, when I first encountered it, I'm like, this isn't real. Like, I'm being gaslit. So here's Nightcat, obviously. Let's roll Nightcat's initiative. Let's say Nightcat has a 50. Let's see Nightcat has a 20. We rolled a 22. So he would go right here. Nightcat has a 22 initiative. Now we're going to also bring in. Let's bring in Robin, the Robin Doge, as an example. Now, Robin Doge. Let's say he has an ADX of, 16. 16, 18. He would go right. So, easy enough to understand. Here's our little chart. Mindbender, Doge, Nightcat. So, we've determined where we are. You're supposed to write it in. Anytime you do anything, you start at row 1, column 1. And counting to the columns to the right. So, row 1, column 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You pretty much go right. Column 1 and continue to the right. You know, at which point initiatives are rerolled between rounds, saving throws are checked if any. Characters receive offensive actions column. Characters receive offensive actions in the column where their initiative score is plotted. In a row where their initiative score is plotted, all rows higher. With an initiative score of 35 receives an offensive action in column 11, rows 1, 2, and 3. So effectively, I get a offensive action. You would get an offensive action. Let me see if I can. What's a good way? Like Nightcat here. Nightcat gets an ability to perform an action here just as well as here. He gets effectively 2 actions. Robin Doge ends up with 2 actions here, and Mindbender would end up with 2 here. This is effectively how it is structured. Now, this does lead to a very weird situation where the optimized place to be in some circumstances is like right here. Like you want to be like right here, so you technically would go before everyone else because it counts down. And it makes a little bit more sense when you realize, oh, I've got a 16, I technically act on 2. Because the way to think about this is you get an action every 15 initiative you get. It's a really weird way of wording it, and it's interesting. I'm going to say that it's interesting. Doesn't need to be good, but it is interesting. So yeah, it's just like, oh hey, if you end up with 75 or greater, you just get a free action right at the start of the round, right at the start of the thing. However, every time you get an initiative score, I should say, for example, like if this is our initiatives, none of us would be acting on 3. I don't get any actions, nothing happens here. But let's say, for example, Nightcat rolled a 37. He would technically get a 3rd action while we wouldn't, because he's acting on 3. That's kind of it's a really weird way of wording something that isn't that complicated, but it would make a lot more sense in practice. Now, the thing is, here, you can take defensive actions. However, save an action you have a chance before, please note such a saved action must be used before row 5, column 15, and anything lost. Defensive actions, though, if you have an 85 or higher initiative, which is insane and you're never going to get. Every 10 points initiative score is there. Now, you have to make 3 counts between the last offensive and defensive action has taken or is about to take. So let's say Mindbender wants to defend himself. He can effectively sub out one of his actions to defend. Maybe. Yeah. But I think how do I best want to word this? If Nightcat wants to defend himself, and let's say he's defending himself on 8, and he would have to wait 1, 2, 3. He would have to wait till 4 to actually act. This is an extremely obtuse initiative system. It's extremely obtuse. But it's also bizarre in the way that it kind of works. It does work, but not good. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, if you're trying to like guard yourself, you're trying to surprise yourself, at the end of the day, anytime you actually want to hit, you're going to roll your base chance to hit. That's all you're going to do. You just roll D100, whatever your to hit is. A vast majority of the time, when someone is actually trying to stop you, wants to stop you from hitting someone, they are going to be trying to effectively counter your hit with one of their abilities. That is the most basic way of thinking about it. You guessed it. You were about to reprint a section of the rules given earlier in this book. Yeah, they're a little bit meta sometimes. They do talk to the. I've noticed that in older books. That's one really odd thing about older books is that the writers talk to you a lot more in older books. It's a weird thing I've noticed. What I mean by talk to you, it's like they will reference you and themselves as writing the book. They'll be like, yeah, we're reprinting this section of the book. Hey, you reader, do this, because we're here to help you. I don't see that a lot in modern books. I don't, outside like a little intro. Even I don't do that. I think that's kind of interesting. I don't really know when that was the like decisive change in that. But it is nice when it is cute sometimes when you're reading things that they do actively just start talking to you a little bit, the actual reader. Thank you, little reader. So yeah, so welcome to the Combat Matrix. Quite a few different powers. Active defense tables. Can you actively defend? And what is your actual defensive powers and defensive abilities? Yeah, you get penalties, bonuses. Try to defend yourself against things. Because let's say I'm shooting an energy beam at you. You could try to shoot an energy beam back at me, but you would take a penalty to your attack roll. What would be where would be a let's do a psionic attack. No, you think psionic attack's on here. Nope, psionic attack is not on here. Where what I want to do let me see. Energy. Where is the energy projection? EMP. Energy bolt. There you go. Energy bolt. Yep, active, you know, like, hey, we're getting a bonus. So, if I am trying to defend myself, my ENV, if I want to block your energy bolt at me, I have a few different abilities to try to stop them. Yeah, shooting down other attack modes. Yeah, it's yeah. Little bit complicated. It's the basic way to think about it is you can start blocking each other with each other's powers. Because what are you gonna do if someone's throwing an energy beam at you? You dodge, or you throw your own energy beam at them. Yeah, most modern books are written or half written as someone in universe telling someone else. Yeah, first VTM book was Dracula for some reason telling us all the stuff about vampires right before the index. Psionic suppressive fire. Yeah, effectively, being a psionic attacker literally just means you can just mentally dominate stupid people. Because that's the joke with mental blast. You can only use force field to defend against it, and whatever their int score is reduced from the 2 hit. If they have an int of 40, I would take a -40 to my hit. My chance to hit them. But if they have a 5 intelligence, I go and their head explodes. You can get instant hits. Yeah, evasion's probably your most reliable way if you are like if you got a shit ton of energy, if you're like really jacked up, like androids want to evade. Because if androids are evading, you might be losing like -50 on some of your things because they're just that strong. Even if they are using powers. If they aren't, if you got really high abilities, you may not be able to hit them if they are actively evading. But if they do anything, they are they're going to blow you up pretty easily. Or hey, I'm invisible. Ta-da, I'm invisible, fuck you. Hey, how fast are you going? Like, hey, or how fast are we going to actually attack each other? You want to do mid-air, going hundreds of miles an hour blowing each other up. Here's how you actually determine the percent chance right here. Because someone thought about that. There was really no weapons. There's very few weapons or anything like that. Hit determination, just roll. The actual chance to hit. Yeah, if you roll what, you always have a 5% chance to hit. Here's the damage determination. Do a lot of damage very quickly, or you can do a lot of little damage. That's one thing to also note. Of course, multi-attack rules. You can do multiple attacks. Generally speaking, if you are like a really accomplished martial artist, you can get like 4 attacks off really quickly. Fucking Bruce Lee that shit. What are they going to do about it? Nothing. They will do nothing about it because you're Bruce Lee. Making Bruce Lee, but he is actually Spider-Man, is possible. Bruce Lee Spider-Man is not only possible in these rules, it is encouraged. However, you will burn through all your energy becoming Bruce Lee, but hey, that Android Bruce Lee is not only an option, it is encouraged. Some things are special attacks. So here's all the various special attacks, such as trying to rip a weapon out of the opponent's hand. Yeah, this is all the rules that you need to do. Hey, there's a bomb going off. Here's your knockback. You get knocked back depending on if you go over your weight your knockback factor determined by your weight and HP divided by 20. And that is how much distance you get knocked back. Our knockback factor, if we look back here, is 281. If I get hit by an attack that does 282 damage, I will be knocked back. Not a lot, but a little bit. If I take 500 damage, I'm going to get flung across the map. I'm going to get fucking cratered. Again, this does encourage you to play a fat bastard. And Enforcers is a strong proponent of the fat bastard school of thought, which is alright, I can receive it. Range attack, various things, objects hitting, fatigue rules, your critical hit rules. Most of the time, yeah, you are going to have to determine your critical hit location, of course. You are determining your critical hit location, right? Such as being able to hit someone in the head or the lower body or the groin. It is entirely possible you shoot someone in the groin with your energy blast. You can blow someone's penis off. Have no fear. I cast penis explosion. No. And yes, getting hit in the groin is technically as bad as getting hit in the head. Having extreme severity. Yeah, you can do some pretty bad things if you do actually end up a crit. If you end up getting a crit, you end up having to roll on how serious it actually is. It will be serious, and it will not be fun for anyone involved. So let's actually see here real fast. So we hit the lower body. Let's roll our, and our crit is it's only severe. So lower body, we only do 2 times normal damage. We've hit you in the gut with our energy blast. However, let's roll again. Oh, I rolled a 6. I've rolled a 6. How much 6? What does lower knockdown stun for the rest of the round? Yeah, you can hit someone directly in the head. 20% chance of killing them outright. You have about a 5% chance on average. Does this cover how Ant-Man could really have beat Thanos in Infinity War? In theory, yeah. You would just have to take a shrinking power, and if you really wanted to do that, I would say you would do it. You would have to make like 2 or 3 checks to navigate things. You'd have to make a con save. navigate correctly. But at that point, I would say, yeah, just make an automatic crit. Yeah, severe 6. Like, that, like, yeah, I would effectively say, hey, roll your damage, roll your R factor on lower body and groin, and let's, whatever your shrinking ability is, if you manage to destroy Thanos with one hit with that damage, you will you will emerge victoriously. If you do not, and you do not roll as much damage as possible, you're going to get crushed by his gluteus maximus. And yeah, that is a gamble you must be willing to take. As so our fumble factor. Yeah, you can shoot yourself in the foot. Yeah, hit a friend, hit a bystander, bounce back, it hits you. Your bow breaks, your gun jams, you shot yourself with a foot. Yeah, you could not get KO'd. You do get, everything is based off how many creation points the enemy actually has to see how many experience points you end up getting. Because this is how you make enemies. You have to follow the character creation rules to make enemies. Yep. Yeah, it's, you're looking at it, you're like, oh no. It is very difficult to get experience points, relatively speaking. And as you kind of see, some of the numbers here get a little ridiculous. So if you want to hit, starting at 25 here, we have 3,500, you need 3,500 XP to actually hit the next level. It's kind of difficult to level up in this game, and it's like, yeah. But yeah, it's like, oh goodness. Also, here's your Delory. Yeah, a shrinking person enlarged inside a person with super durability. It doesn't end well. Yeah, exactly. Other necessary rules: gravity and velocity, structural rating points, damage value for common weapons. These are literally every single one of the handguns in the game, and I do respect them. The Colt 45 is still in use to this day. Have no fear. You also have the Makarov, or the 44 Magnum with auto fire. The auto fire 44 Magnum. Or the AK-72, the AL-9, the AL-19, the HKG-15. Very very ambitious of you for thinking we're going to adopt the HK. Various Dawsons, and that is literally all that it is. Here's some beam weapons. Because, like, this is legitimately the most amount of lore you end up with right here. Like, yeah, there's an entire company called Knight Enterprises for the CIA. They make shit for them. Or you have a home defense laser weapon. A home defense laser gun. Yeah, fuck it. It's there. Range modifiers, object modifiers. Literally how every single thing you do in life is, you are more likely going to get fucked over by the media than anything else, and I find that very funny. Yeah, it is very easy to just be completely fucked over by the media, because the entire idea is like, however like good your media, your MR is, your media rating is, people like you more. And this is actually how you make money, by doing advertising offers. Make Goku puffs. However, FBI most wanted list, even Interpol knows about you. Everyone knows you and hates you almost universally. I think everybody hates you. Please die. Our star. I'm I am in the power of star. You're in the power of Stardust, obviously. That's how the Cyber Fathers intended. I own a laser gun for home defense. 4 ruffians break into my home. I put on my powdered wig and grab my laser musket. Yeah, I behold the power of Stardust and my helpful sidekick, Robin Doge, as well as Nightcat. Yeah, various media reactions. Oh, that's a good sign. Give me 1 second. Hello, I'm back. So yeah, media will fuck you over, and you can't. Here's the ad money MR. You can't buy anything. Also, there's magic. Don't forget about magic. And here's the magic savings, bro. Here's one of the very few games where we can encounter, in fact, a black bear, and a black bear has 1,800 health. Yes, a 1,800 health, and will fuck your day up. Of course, we can also fight a horse or an elephant. You want to fight a 10,000 HP elephant? Neither do I. Why can I fight a 10,000 pound elephant in this game? I do not know, but here we are. Right. Evil characters with negatives are considered having positive MR when interacting with other evils. Not like when their characters ends up killing each other off. Yeah, it's like trials and tribulations. Like, how much does things actually cost? Yeah. Evidence, yeah. You can literally run a trial. Yeah, they have a trial. Here's how you get your public attorney. Your public fucking attorney cost is right here. Yeah, your trial, maximum innocent on all counts, charges are on technical grounds. Mistrial, hung jury, guilty. Yeah, Why is there an Ace Attorney system in this? Don't I super deal with my foxes on my farm? Cat. What's status on Ultra Instinct? Super excited to take a look at it. Ultra Instinct is finished, luckily. I need to upload that to, I'll probably end up uploading everything tomorrow. It just takes time for me to do all that. What if my attorney is Harry Birch, man? Game monitoring enforcers. Like, here's a bunch of charts and stuff. Like, yeah, this is welcome to the entire lore. In 1991, we developed a vaccine against AIDS. Dun, 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 dun. 95, we have a permanent space station. Oh no, there is a, we get invaded by, yeah, we get invaded by aliens. Yeah, don't worry. 1997, the Soviet Union's like, yeah, we'd win. Is promptly canceled as both sides turn their attention to new outside threat. Yeah, here's an alien invasion. We solve it by 98. Yeah, have no fear. This is the entirety of the lore right here. Of course, 2003. Also, here's a list of character sheet calculation program. It should work with any Lotus-compatible spreadsheet program. Yes, in-house utility we developed to help us play test the system, provide strictly for convenience of our customers. Do not worry that this listing will probably be on every spreadsheet program for every home computer, except no liability. Let me say this program was written on an Atari 1004's 1040 ST for VIP professional spreadsheets. They literally provide you with their spreadsheet calculations. Lotus was discontinued in 89. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this was written in like 87. Like, yeah, no, you want to use Lotus. Then we have a bunch of tables. That is Enforcers. Enforcers is like a unique, like, just time period. Like, it's kind of like a weird, like, time capsule. There's a lot of cool ideas in Enforcers. Like how granular you can get your powers. But if you really look up anything about Enforcers, you'll get the same kind of comments about it. This is a game about getting into getting to combat. There really is no out-of-combat situations. It's about getting into fights. Everything else is just something to build up to a fight. The fact that you need to use, mind you, you must use various, you have to use calculators, you have to use there's a lot of math that goes into this game. That you are going to sit down and have to make all of it. There's no, bestiary, there's no enemies. You're just you have to make this shit by yourself. If you want to make an enemy in Enforcers, you are making an enemy by making another character. And like, if you know what you're doing, you can go pretty quickly through it, but that's not easy if you just want to say, fight a bear, or like, you can fight a bear, but you can't fight just a dude or whatever. Like, it's one of those very weird games in that regard. It's beautifully 1987, and there's a reason why no one's really talked about this game going forward. But there's enough interesting ideas that it's interesting enough to read. Just look at and like how it does heroes and stuff like that more than actually playing it. So let me open up. There we go. Yeah, it's like, oh, the 80s were much more about the no fighting side of being super. Exactly. And they were like, nah, what if we just remove all that shit? So we've got a few options. I want to start with Enforcers because we just want to set the tone. Let's see. You know what? Let's do something small. Let's do something smaller. So, say hello to Codename Spandex. Now, you might see this, a Super's retro clone. You might be looking at that in horror. You're like, Notepad, are you throwing a BNX hack at me? Oh no, Notepad. This isn't what we want. This is not a cool, awesome role-playing game or whatever. This is gonna be lame. This is gonna be something silly or something. This isn't what we want. Well, here's the thing. This is not a retro clone in the way that you're thinking. This is a retro clone of another British game. And of course, we're going to bring up our most powerful ally, Brickman. Say hello to Brickman. He fell into a vat of radioactive bricks. Yep, it's very, very sad how he keeps falling into these radioactive vats. Who does Codename Spandex? If we go all the way down here, you know, all text of this work is placed in public domain. All our artwork is done by Storn A. Cook. You're like, well, okay, who the fuck is Storn A. Cook? There's no real information about who wrote this game, but I did find out who actually wrote it. The Void. The Void wrote this game. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not good. My mouse cursor is gone. Well, that's a new one. Let me do something here real fast. Yep, my mouse cursor has disappeared. This is somewhat inconvenient because I don't know where I'm going. Yep, okay, I can click there. I want to click here. Let's see, I clicked the wrong button. Okay, here, let's do some quick tricks. Okay, let's play a game. Yep, I have I've disabled my mouse pointer. I don't know how I did this. Yeah, okay, this is a new one. I have never actually done this before. Okay, we're going to that's not it. Ah. Fucking OBS ate my mouse cursor. Yeah, my mouse cursor was completely gone. I couldn't see any of it. I was like, uh-oh, that ain't supposed to be how it's supposed to go. Oopsie doopsie. Ah, there we go. Yes, welcome to Codename Spandex, everybody. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Give me 1 second as I need to disable my keyboard again. This is what happens when I start fucking with things. So, Codename Spandex is a retro clone of a game you've probably never heard of before. Now, this is by a company called Gubintroll Games. Now, Gubintroll, you've probably heard of a few of their games. Mostly, these are the guys who did Phase Rip. Yes, the new Phase Rip version is all of them. They are the ones who made, or Phase Rip. These are the ones that this is the one they made. They also made Advanced Phase Rip right here. This is kind of the idea. You can play this game right now. It's completely free. They make a couple other games, you know, Cthulhu, Blood, Guts, and Glory. Some 5e stuff. They're not exactly huge. They're not exactly like, oh man, you know, this is the... They also made Light Masters, you can kind of see here. Light Master Core Book. These aren't the guys who are like super mega huge or whatever, and you kind of see, hey, where's Codename Spandex? Well, the thing with Codename Spandex that's a little bit interesting is that there was a game called Golden Heroes. Golden Heroes, way back in yesteryear, was a British roleplay, you know, was a game made by Games Workshop. It was a British game about, effectively, superheroes. Yeah, it's kind of see Simon Burley. Yeah, University of Birmingham. You know, various, you know, it was like, hey, we want to do some 2000 AD stuff, and they made this game. But there was one of those problems, is that it kind of went the way of the dodo, and it was a mess. And it didn't really, it kind of got eaten by Games Workshop, and there's a couple other issues, but it was popular enough that this guy named Gubintroll said, hey, I'm going to make my own version of the game. Games Workshop would never let it go. It was never going to become available. And, you know, it was like, damn, this is bad. So, but then we have Squadron UK. Squadron UK comes out, and it is, hey, we are effectively the sequel to this game. We are the sequel to Golden Heroes. And you kind of see, this is Simon Berkeley, you kind of see some of the games that they were working on. There was a bunch of lawyer issues, a bunch of issues. You know, neither of us will be making any money from it, at least available to people to play. Effectively, he made a legally distinct version of another game, which was a legally distinct version of Games Workshop technically owned. Yeah. Yeah, technically Codename Spandex is the unofficial version of Squadron UK. This is the Irate Gamer production of this. If you want the actual full version of this game, it is Squadron UK. However, Codename Spandex is the one we're going over today, because I did not know about this until the other day. Yeah, it's kind of a weird, like, cycle of events with this one. Yes, we are going over the Irate Gamer version of Squadron UK. It's pain, but I'll have you know that I started with Irate Gamer, so I have a fond place in him and his stupid puppets. But yeah, welcome to Codename Spandex. Now, we need to bring, of course, our hero to the forefront, otherwise known as Brickman. Brickman! And first things first, you're going to have to notice is this entire game is written in fucking Comic Sans. For my dyslexic kings out there, this is going to be great. If you're not dyslexic, get ready to feel emotional and physical agony. But yes, this entire game is written in Comic Sans, as God intended. Yes, he kind of talks about what role-playing games are, obviously. The Guardian. Most kinds of dice are used. Various, multiple dice, types of dice, dice modifiers. Yeah, everything has an ability, abilities, what secondary characteristics. How do we create a hero? What's our initial powers? Now, the big thing with this game is that you have to roll 8 times to get your random powers. Yep, you get 8 random powers. And effectiveness is measured in ranks. Each slot has assigned a power, which means you have rank in that power. Now, the thing is, you're going to roll on this chart 8 times to fill up your 8 slots. Some of them have more ranks. You can only take 1 rank of density control self, but you can take 4 ranks of energy blast, or 2 ranks of super leap, or 2 ranks of snare, or whatever. Some of them you can take multiple times, some of them you can't. Now, the thing here, so let me bring out my D10 here, and 48. We've developed martial arts. All right. Hey, we have 71. We have super senses. 37. Growth. 72. Super speed. And so on and so forth. You're going to keep rolling until you get your 8 powers. Sometimes they get sub powers, sometimes they get a couple other little things. You don't get this till later in the book, though. That's one thing I don't like about this book very much, is that it's laid out kind of weird. Then you get to determine your ability scores. Yep. It's costume you usually have scored between 3 and 18. His strength character, strength, agility, will, endurance. Generally speaking, what you're supposed to do is make a 4x4 grid. I've seen this way of doing this before. It's a little bit complicated, so I'm going to could go with this instead, or I might even take this. Kind of depends on what you want to do. Now, alternatively, if you are not a little baby bitch coward, you are not a actual little tiny baby who is scared of the big number, 3d6 down the line, baby, as Brickman intended. Because Brickman rolled really well. Yeah, just roll 3d6 down the line. It's a little bit odd. Now, this is one thing that I actually really enjoy. And I think, honest to God, more games should do this in general. You have to write your backstory and justify every single power you rolled. That's the big thing. You have to justify every power you rolled. If you cannot justify your power, it goes away. You don't get it anymore. However, you get that back where you can choose a new power. Not choose a new power. You can put it into one of your other powers, or you can use it to get a perk. Technically, with Brickman, I could say, hey, I just want to focus on, these two things. I want to just increase some very basic things, and all of these other ones get folded into other powers to increase that, or I get some special little sub-abilities. Yeah. You have to justify all the powers. I actually like this. It's a nice way of harmonizing completely random power creation with, hey, I like some of these powers and I got a good idea for them. On the other hand, I don't like you have the one that's kind of odd. You could just not include it in your story and then use it to increase the ones that you do like. It's a good compromise. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, you always voluntarily drop power rank in exchange for it. You're not limited to just doing it with powers. Yeah, it's a good thing. Now, there aren't many actual quirks to actually buy and perks and things. Hey, you are a boffin. You just are really smart. You have a business high flyer, some contacts. You're just rich. Again, you have to pick up mystic training if you are a magician, though. I don't much care for this. This is probably one of the things I don't like as much. Is like, if you have magic, if you want to keep magic or psychic powers or anything, you have to pick this perk up. It doesn't do anything outside of that except allow you to use it. Yeah, aren't too many, but it's not difficult to actually make your own, which I do like about that. Filling in the blanks. You're now in position to start filling in things. Equipment. You don't get that much equipment. You get whatever seems vaguely appropriate, as well as, and if you want any of these. Of course, Brickman. Brickman just has his morphic power suit, a grappling gun, and the brick. As you can see, the brick is his shield, which is a shield of bricks, because he's Brickman. Yeah, no, it's, you kind of see here more mundane items. Then you choose whatever your final ability scores are, which your powers can drastically increase or decrease your ability scores. To the point of very quickly, increasing these to absurd levels. Whatever your damage bonus is, due to high strength, derived from strength score. Hey, what's your knockback threshold? Getting knocked back is pretty easy. What's your strike bonus? It's different things are also going to be giving you strike bonuses for judo throws based on your agility. Dodge, same thing. Now, the big thing is your panels per page, because we're back to the idea of, we're going to be seeing this a few times, which is the idea of pages being rounds in combat. And in Codename Spandex, panels are your number of actions, and a page is an actual round. So it's saying, hey, you have 4 panels. That means you have 4 actions per round of combat. And I like that. I think that's very thematic. Right here, now health and stamina. Roll d6 per point of endurance or health. Now, Brickman, as you see here. Rolled 26 health and 34 stamina. You have to take pretty much a tenth of that value rounded up to determine how battered or if you are stunned. If you are battered, you are no longer functioning. You are on your ass and you aren't moving around anymore. You're stunned, you aren't doing anything anymore. You're dazed, you're not feeling too good. You recover not quickly, but you can recover pretty easily. Comic Zone Memento. Yeah, so finally, recovery for each of the two. Normally, recovery rate is d6 per hour of rest. Of course, our movement speed. Now, the big thing here is attacks. Attacks are a little bit weird. They don't explain it very well, but it's the idea of here. So it's strike class 2 and does 2d6 S and 1d6 minus 6 health H damage. What does this actually mean? Is you technically do there's two varieties of attacks. There is stamina damage, and there is health damage. It is entirely likely for you to just beat someone to a pulp and they just pass out. You do get that a lot of the times with how you're actually attacking people. Most of the time, you actually do both. If I punch you in the nose, I'm going to do 2d6 stamina damage and 1d6 minus 6 health damage to you. It's going to be a lot harder for me to kill you if I just keep throwing hands at you. On the other hand, I can also get some abilities that let me just throw 10d6 health damage at you and you get evaporated. It is not difficult to kill someone. That's a big thing. But whenever you see these things, let's say you get like a +4 damage bonus, you can apply it to either of these or split it between the two. And that's kind of an interesting premise. I do enjoy that kind of premise of, hey, you kind of got to manage of how much damage are you actually doing. Yeah, you choose each of these anytime you make an attack. Because you may not want to kill anybody. Because again, you're superheroes. Why would I want to kill anyone? Your personal profile. And then you have hero points. Hero points are your good luck. This is a weird mechanic. You get hero points allowing you to reroll. This is where things start getting really weird. This makes a little bit sense later when I start explaining it a bit more. These are resources and downtime. I like this. The idea of resources, there are 2 ratings for your resources. We have our basic material resources of 4, which is like, how much stuff do we have access to? Do you have a shed with some power tools in it? Do you have a fully functional super lab allowing you to create anything you want? How much money do I have? Do I have no money and I am destitute? Or do I have an absurd amount of money where I can buy anything I feel like? All right. Then you have downtime points. Downtime points can be spent to do things, to get things. They've split the idea of downtime into a very notable resource. You can spend downtime points to do things. Anytime you have downtime, you have 7 points to actually work with, or you have more points if you are, depending on your circumstances. This is also how you kind of level up as well. You're spending, quote unquote, you're spending these to get more. And here's the Guardian. Now, the Guardian is a little bit strong, as you notice, because she took Super Strength Rank 2. Bitch has 45 strength. Yeah, she has 45 strength, and she gets a plus 30 damage bonus. She punches you and you go flying, and you're like, uh-oh. Brickman goes flying anytime he gets punched because he's got strength 12. Brickman isn't that cool. Now, as you kind of see here, you got our various, investigation stuff. Now, this is one of the weirder aspects. I'm going to explain this the best I can. Every single one of these is all of your characters are measured out of these three things: popularity, investigation, and confidence. These are D100 rolls. And you determine that by these abilities. So kind of the idea of like, hey, how popular are you? How can you influence people? If the answer is, yeah, you got a lot of status and people actually think you're pretty cool, you could influence police, bystanders. But if you're not very cool, it's criminals. Criminals are going to start running away from you. Now, most of the time, you're going to have like 2 or 3 on most of these. I decided to roll 1d4 for each of them to see what I could find. Because I thought it was funny. You know, what do you look like? What's your PR looking like? Hey, how competent are you? How do people actually see how good you are at your job? Which one of the jokes being is like, if people think you're incompetent and you do something amazing, they're like, hell yeah. If people think you're incompetent, people think you're incompetent, people are like, yeah, we have literally you're not getting anything more, and no one's expecting you to do anything. Yeah, like, I rolled through Brickman. Everyone thinks Brickman is the hero of all time, even though Brickman really isn't. Now, Game Master might always give you bonuses or penalties. The big thing when it comes to like investigation is, hey, do people actually like dealing with you? And sometimes they're derived from various abilities, sometimes they're derived from other parts. The more famous you are, actually, fame is a problem. If you are really popular, that means you're really famous, and that means it's really difficult for you to do investigation work. Because, well, you're famous, and people think that, people understand who the hell you are. Being really secretive is very good. Problem is, if you're very secretive, that means you're not very popular, and people don't like you. Sometimes they have like, hey, I have really good powers for this. Other times you're like, I'm not. This is where it gets to like confidence. Confidence is odd because it's like, hey, are you a good person? Do you have a strong social circle? How successful are you? The higher your confidence, the more like, can you increase your resources? Yes. Do you get a bonus? Yes. Do you get hero points? Yes. You don't actually unlock rerolls until you kind of hit like this higher echelon up here, because you just aren't confident in yourself. And that's yeah. So sometimes like this is what they say, like, oh, here's your starting value, here's all your things here. It's like, I don't hate this section. I think it's kind of weird the way that it's worded. Fraction sands. Yeah, it's just kind of like, the more people who like you, the better you are. It's like, oh, what's your security? How good do you feel about actually being able to eat and put food on the table? Pretty well. Luckily, we're pretty good, all things considering. You can also just be filthy rich. Hey, you have entire multinational research facilities. Hey, I have power tools. I have a research facility full of everything I could possibly want. Yeah, you're gonna be building these things pretty quickly. Now we have to actually hit combat basics. The idea of combat is that it's really fucking quick. It has the most bizarre initiative system you will ever encounter, though. This is even more bizarre than Enforcers. So let's see. Generally speaking, when people fight, you usually don't see a big punch up, a full page illustration, every occurring simultaneously. Number of panels, and each panels do things. You're like, all right, cool. Effectively, as I described, you have panels, which are actions, and pages, which are the entire round. Interesting enough, easy enough to understand. most heroes have 4. Heroes and villains have 4. Mundane characters have 2. Things like sidekicks have like 3. If you get stunned, you only get 2 panels. Now, the idea of getting surprised is that you might lose an entire page. But now we get to determine initiative. This is bafflingly strange. I do not like initiative. I do not like initiative at all. This is probably the worst aspect of this game, for me anyway. So, once the fight has started and any surprise that has been dealt with, you can see who has initiative. So each side rolls a d10, and the higher roll wins initiative in that page. Now, the thing is, the winning side gets 1 to 4 panels worth of actions each, and the losing side gets all of their panels, and then the winning side gets to get all the rest of their panels. So let's say, for example, I've rolled a 9, you've rolled a 1. The difference would be 8. I end up with using my entire action. I get 4 panels. But out of my 4 actions, I could get less. In a weird twist of fate, you might be in a weird, horrible state of being where you can't do things because it takes 2 panels to do something, or even more. And hey, congratulations, you've been cucked out of your initial action because you've been split your action in 2. Because how the initiative system works is winner panels, loser panels, winner panels. And for example, if I rolled you rolled a 3, or we have 3 difference, I would get 2 winner panels, 4 loser panels, 2 winner panels. It feels more crippling than anything. It feels like losing initiative actually has an advantage, and that's really weird. It's very strange that is the case, is that it feels like losing has a weird advantage, especially if you win just barely. Because what would happen then is you get 1 panel worth of actions, which there's a chance the thing is it's the fact that if you get in this situation, you're better off losing. Because what happens there is I need to do a 2 panel action. You can forego your initial winning and go after the enemy to get your full 4 actions. Which is oh, that's weird. I don't like that. Here's a little bit more justified, but the fact that they split you up is, I do not like that very much. I get what they're trying to do, but it's very weird. Especially when it's oh, I want to move. It's it takes a panel to move. In the weird situation where both people are on opposite sides, you might spend an entire panel moving into combat, and then they get 4 panels to kick your ass. It's oh, well, that's the worst thing imaginable, and everyone there is yeah, it's yeah, then you get things like super speed. Super speed, you can make it work. Hey, super shit. Attack opponent in melee, use a superpower. Most superpowers are actually two panels. So yeah, you win with a 1. If you win barely, you can't use any superpowers your first round, and they get to use all their superpowers. It's weird. I'm not a fan of this. If you got a bonus action at the end, I think the thing is, if this was not advanced panels necessarily, but it was you get your 4 actions, they get their 4 actions, and you get 1 to 4 extra actions at the end of the round, I think that would work a lot better. Because it would still say, hey, we've seized the initiative, we've done really well, but now we get a little bit more out of it. you get like one panel bonus. That's letting you move one panel, or like letting you move a little bit or make an extra attack real fast. Like, yeah, you can still get fucked up, but it's still like, hey, we're doing things. Because you kind of get to the idea of like reactions. This attack, they often need to react to the attack immediately. If you do a reaction, you use panels out of sequence. Arguably, this is the entire reason like why going first is useful, is that you can not get rid of their panels. But like that still hurts with that 1-3, especially if you are in a kind of a weird circumstance where you're losing more than you get. Yeah, it's gets 4 free reactions. Yeah, each phase gets strike class 0, strike class 1 attacks. Now we get into the idea of strike classes. So the basic premise of anything is that most attacks are broken up into strike classes. Anytime you need to do anything, you're going to roll to hit, they can take a reaction, you roll for damage, and then apply it to the defender. Easy enough to understand. However, all of these are expressed with strike classes. So, for example, I want to punch you in the face. That is strike class 2. That is me swinging at you. That is fundamentally a weaker attack than me using my shield, than me hitting you with the brick. It does the same amount of damage, but some things might be able to block strike class 2 attacks outright. Yeah, used by attack by costume heroes or villains. Kind of see up here, use for more advanced attacks, or only characters with the weapon mastery power or rank 3 Oriental martial arts, by the way. As strike class 3 explicitly says this, pinnacle combat abilities. Because the thing is, when we get down to actual armor values, single ray color armor class. If you see here, if you end up with armor class A, toughest armor class game provides, specifically a toughness power rank 4. Is strike class 0 and 1 damage do nothing. More physically impervious to normal mundane attacks. And everything else gets a divider. That's the big thing when it comes to a lot of attacks. Now, tough you are is a divider. So let's say, for example, I've been hit by an attack that does 2d6 damage. 2d6 damage, I take 4 damage. I don't actually take 4 damage. I would take 1 damage. Because they would be 4 divided by 3. I would take 1 damage from that. That's nothing. Some of these can get, as you kind of see here, really, really high. Hey, you reduce all damage by, you divide it by 6. Most heroes are going to end up about here, which you get to ignore a lot of damage from 0-1 attacks. However, lower armor classes, really small armor classes, will really allow you to kind of get some dodge bonuses in there, which is the main value. However, this is how you actually make a physical attack. So, I want to attack someone. My strike class is 3, and you have an armor of E. I need to roll a 10 or higher on a d20. Get ready for charts, baby! Having a low strike class means that it's going to be harder to actually hit you. It's going to be harder to actually hit. So if we go to again my fisticuffs here, it's going to take me a little bit. I effectively have a -2 everything. On the other hand, with 4, I get a good advantage here. I need to effectively have above a 50% chance to hit just about everything. In order to hit a target, roll d20, and of course, there's a lot of advantages. And if you try to react, you burn that, and the big thing is you have to attempt to perform a reaction. I want to parry it. I got my sword. I'm going to try to parry the attack. However, you are going to effectively attack them. A type of attack cannot be parried with the type of parry the defender wishes to use. Yeah, it's, hey, I need to parry you, and you need to parry me. So this is what it would be. For example, hey, I'm being attacked by a melee weapon with weapon mastery. I have a shield myself. Therefore, I need to roll above a 6. Parrying is pretty easy. The problem is, it gets a lot harder if you are not really accomplished yourself. Especially when you're like, hey, I want to parry someone with an energy blast. Yeah, all right. Parry getting stabbed with an energy blast. It ain't gonna work. Blocking, on the other hand, is I'm going to put an advantage, like say, hey, I don't want to get hit. I want to roll. I want to mitigate as much damage as possible. You know, simply look how much damage it would take to destroy the object being used and reduce incoming damage by that amount. There we go. That is the big thing when it comes to it. I want to dodge this. Bonk. Strike class. Is this Thaco? This is a weird version of Thaco. Strike class 0. Strike class 0 is literally like minion bullshit. That is like a random. That is Jimmy Olsen, you know, throwing a haymaker at Superman. That's Strike Class 0. It's Jimmy fucking Olsen. No one's gonna like, ah, oh, wow, look everyone, it's Jimmy fucking Olsen. There we go. In a convoluted way, yes, it would be that. Now, dodging is, if you're really heavily armored, you can't actually dodge. And if you are if you suck at fighting, you also cannot dodge. On the other hand, Brickman, wearing nothing but his power suit, because Brickman is actually pretty fast, he gets a +3 to dodge. He rolls a d20 and consults this. The thing is, if you manage to say yes, you completely dodge. It's not impossible to dodge. Like, dodging is pretty reliable. The problem is dodge is not many characters can do it. Yeah, it's like, if, you know, strike class 0 or 1, you can auto dodge, by the way. Yeah, you can auto dodge strike class 0 and strike class 1 attacks. You auto dodge those. It's very easy too. The big thing here is say, hey, I can take half damage. Or hey, I've been mostly dodged, is I can spend an extra panel and dodge it completely, or I can or I can take half the damage. Or, yeah, I dodge completely. See here, it's not difficult to dodge, it just eats your action. This is I think the best way to think about it is that this is an action-dependent game. This is a very action-dependent game. You eat actions for them, they eat actions for you, and then you see how many panels am I willing to surrender protecting myself versus dealing actual damage. Now, if you're bracing, if you have this, you can just say, nuh-uh. Yeah, you can just not be knocked backwards. Or, of course, if you are very trained, you can attempt a judo throw. If you attempt a judo throw, you make a melee attack at them. If you manage to, yeah, roll d6 plus strike bonus. Roll d6 plus dodge bonus. Yeah, if you attempt to do that, you can technically, if you do well enough, just throw them to the fucking ground. Unbound with loser next panel recovery. 2P misses their and loses next 2 panels. Or you just fucking toss them to the ground. Yeah, no, it's you do well enough, it's very easy to kind of fuck someone's day up a little bit. Especially if you have a really high strike class, which allows you to judo throw most of your problems away. On the other hand, you are also judo throwing and not actually hurting them. Yeah, taking judo throw often as part of the martial arts power. Physical damage table. Most things are not super damaging. As you can kind of see, energy blasts we will see do a lot of fucking damage. Wall strength, applying damage. Don't consult the dividers. We already kind of talked about how the dividers work. The thing is, if you get to below 0, you just die. It's outright dead. It's very difficult to it's hard to die. There's a lot of lead up to dying, but it's also like you hit that end goal, like you're not having a good time. You're going to die. Most mundane characters actually go down about 2 seconds. Yeah, most things though, get help. Getting into any prolonged fight is going to be a bad news for you. Various objects, object tables. Technically, Brick Man with his 12 strength can technically lift a motorcycle, a safe, or a washing machine, or push up to a caravan trailer or concrete bollard. If you have absurdly high ones, get ready to start moving tanks or jet fighters or 4x4s. Or throw them at the problem. That's also an option. You can just throw it at the problem, and they... Of course, the overdone grappling rules, throwing people, how magic attacks work. Most of the magic attacks is like, you have to make an opposed roll. Opposing rolls, but the problem is you can't dodge, parry, or block them. You literally have to resist getting magic blown, getting your ass blown off by magic or psychic powers. Downtime points. Most of the time with downtime points is you need to do things like this. You need to do things that are vaguely appropriate and then actually use it to increase your other abilities. Then you get experience points. I'm spending downtime points to increase my public relations. I'm spending downtime points to increase my fame, to increase my, my public response and things like that. It's like, I am using downtime points to improve aspects of myself that is not necessarily just strictly combat. I'm okay with that. I like that. You get experience points by just doing things and increasing your abilities, which you want to do that. And it's, as you kind of see here, it's expensive to get things. Of course, you also have the simple way of doing things, which is just buy things easier. Honestly, if you want to do that, just buy it. It's kind of like, what material resource do you? More experience points. Well, you need devices, improving ability scores, things like that. It's not too difficult to make things like that. It's not, downtime is available, and you can do things. Civilians, have no fear, everybody. It's a civilian. You can beat up children, luckily. Thank God I can beat up children. Yeah, fighting robots and androids. You want to fight some animals? What's your... Now we get to our powers, finally. Yes, congratulations, we have finally hit our powers. And most of them are pretty easy to understand. Others of them get really detailed. And you will need to do them a lot more. Hey, having claws means your unarmed attacks now do 2d6 health damage and 1d6 stamina damage. Or, hey, you have a bunch of cybernetic implants. Hey, you have a bunch of cool abilities now. Danger sense, density control, duplication. Yes, you want to play a duplicating man? Yeah, you can duplicate yourself. It is very easy to duplicate yourself, Yeah, technically you can play Sad Man Parade if you want and just endlessly duplicate yourself and throw them at the problem. That would be my thing. It's like you spend enough and you can do that. Of course we have classic man powers. Now the idea behind energy blasts, I have no idea why. You'll notice this a lot too when it comes to that. Energy blasts are weird. At rank 1, you produce 15d6 worth of energy over the course of 5 pages. So, over the course of 5 rounds, you have 15d6 worth of energy. At the end of those 5 rounds, you get your 15 back. Every single attack, you can use up to 10d6, and you can split that between stamina and health damage. Yep. That is how you do energy blasts. Round 1, I use energy blast 10d6, and I hit you for 10d6 damage, and then you explode. But you may want to only do like a little bit of energy damage. You may want to use it as more as a counterbalance. As you kind of see here, rank 2 option that I've chosen. Energy reflection, environmental control. Now, the thing is, environmental control tables, magnetisms, yes, of course. Being able to just fly. Flying is always useful. Force fields are broken, by the way, or horribly broken. Especially if you have a soft force field. Like, here's the thing with, this is what I mean by, a soft force field is funny. It totally surrounds the distance of 2 meters. It can take 3d6 health damage without being destroyed. It must be inflicted a single attack as it repairs itself between attacks. Now the thing is, force fields in general, you are effectively at you just eat damage. That's the weird thing. That's all force fields do, is that they eat damage for you. Taking a bunch of force fields and be like, yeah, I take a bunch of damage and say, nuh-uh. Growing allows you to do a bunch of things, and some of the powers feel a lot more interesting than others. Magic has a bunch of things with it, but others don't. I think magic is dumb always. And of course, again, martial arts are various martial arts abilities, such as oriental martial arts or street fighting. Uh-oh. Yeah, or if you have oriental martial arts, your unarmed attacks are now strike class 4. Yeah, if you know kung fu, you effectively are amazing at doing everything. Yeah, why are they called oriental martial arts? Don't know. Do not know. Don't think about it too hard. Your life will be much harder if you do think that, oh god, hey, I can shape shift, or I could shrink. I have a sidekick. Hey, I've got skills. Skills. Oh, cool. Some of these are lot less interesting than others, or then you get things like super strength. Yeah. Hey, super strength rank 3, add an additional 1d10 plus 10 to your... You get super strength rank 3, you effectively get 3d10 plus 30 strength. Yeah, no, 3 ranks of super strength are roughly on par with being able to see really well. It's little things like that. You're like, Even have rank 4 toughness is yeah, you are an invincible death machine. Weapon mastery is really broken as well. The thing with weapon mastery is that if you get rank 3 weapon mastery, everything you do is strike class 4. Okay, everything does a shit ton more damage. Also, you get to do a bajillion more damage for it. You get to just become a whirlwind of death, but I guess that's kind of the point. You do want to feel super heroic in this game, and you do when you want to be. It's sometimes a little bit weird of what the actual scale is. There's no setting or anything, so don't think like that. Is this game good? It's a fine game if you want something fast, relatively speaking. You want something fast and easy to pick up. Codename Spandex is completely free and easy enough to use. Do you want something more in depth with a lot more options? And no. I think the main issue when it comes to Codename Spandex is that for all of its good ideas, there's a lot of minutia. There's that just sense of minutia that goes into things. It's, oh hey, here's the 15 different things here. Oh well, don't forget about your dividers. Don't forget about the amount of damage you're actually taking. Don't forget to apply your stun and your health damage correctly. Make sure you manage your energy reserves correctly. Make sure you manage all of this bullshit correctly. And some people are going to respond well to that. Other people are not going to respond well to it. It really depends on the person, really depends on the crew. But it's not the worst. It's not the worst Supers game. So, our next game. Because yeah, we've got a couple more of these things, so have no fear. Let's see. What are we looking for? Do we want, I should say, do we want edge, ridiculousness, or very safe? I'll leave you all there. Edge, safe, or ridiculous. I'm going to get something to drink now. Oh yeah. Hello everyone. So we want some edge. All right, let's get some edge in here. Ryoko. No, you have not missed Superhero Day. We were going over. You missed 2 games. But so welcome to let me say this correctly. Cold Steel Wardens. Yeah, you gotta do it right. If you don't go to it ain't working up. You know, it's like, where do you live? You know, it's just like, how old are you? 44 caliber. Where do you live? On the edge. Hence why we're going to be playing Damien Darklord of who's called Dark Bad. Yes, Cold Steel Wardens is probably one of the stranger ones we're going to be going over today, because it's about a very particular era of comics. Fancy looking. It is crap, ain't it? Not really. It's about a very particular time, place, and thing when it comes to these kind of comics, and you kind of got to understand that. So here's Cold Steel Wardens. If you just Google Cold Steel Wardens, first thing you get is this. You actually ended up on the website itself. And this is about the Iron Age of comics. What do you think is the Iron Age of comics? Ultimately, is your effectively the best way to think about this. This is unironically Blood Pouch. To a degree, it's Blood Pouch, but it's Watchmen, the role-playing game. I think the best way to think about it is everyone is Rorschach. Yeah, the Watchmen comic. This is the best. These are the characters you're going to be playing. These are our heroes. But yeah, the kind of the idea of the Iron Age of comics. They kind of explain it a bit. All I can explain here. The Iron Age of comics is a time when it was darker, grittier, and edgier. It was, how do we put the edge back in comics? These are for adults now. We're cool, and everything is going wrong. We've got our our characters who are a little bit more have a little bit more edge to them, you could say. It's the comedian, it's Rorschach, it's Night Owl, and it's all these other characters that are we're costumed heroes, but we're also kind of got our own issues. We've got our issues. Alan Moore notwithstanding. This is Blackfall Press. Blackfall Press, this is the one thing that he does. This is the only thing that he has ever done. And the only thing that he has really seen. If you go here, this is him. His name is AP Klosky. AP Klosky is most everything. He is on Blue Sky, but of course nobody uses Blue Sky, so yeah. He wrote a book recently. This is kind of the this is who he is. Anything too controversial about the guy? No, he's just, it seems that life just keeps fucking him up with surgery. That's really it. He seems to be a very normal guy. That's all you can really say. Nothing too exciting. Nothing too exciting there. Cold Steel Wardens actually had a Kickstarter. Cold Steel Wardens did have a Kickstarter. This is the Rogues Gallery one. However, if we go here to, this is the original Cold Steel Wardens game. This came out in 2013. It's actually a little bit of an older game. Barely made its goal. And they ended up getting a publisher through Chronicle City. Now, you may know Chronicle City, you may not. Chronicle City is a company that is a new games company by Angus Aberson, founder of Cubicle 7. You can't go to Chronicle City anymore. I don't know what happened here. But if we use the Wayback Machine, because we are vastly intelligent creatures who are able to use basic deductive skills, we could quickly learn that it just breaks. Yeah. However, this. Let me see. No, where is the? There's one place where it did work. Effectively, this website is kind of fucked, and finding it, I ended up doing it last night, and it worked fine. I don't know why it's not working now. Oh, there we go. Haha. This is Chronicle City. Chronicle City was a big one in the UK. They, well, not big necessarily, but they were based in the UK. They did a bunch of these games where it's like, well, here's all we're a publishing company and stuff. But if you go any later than a couple of these, and you get nothing, or it goes to like the web stores where it doesn't work very well. Yeah, 2013. Yeah, Chronicle City, I don't really know what happened to them. They kind of fell apart. Well, while we're here, Chronicle City Publishing. Let me see. Do we have anything? Yeah, it's not like anything's really popping up, really. Let me see. Angus Aberson. He'll pop up. Angus Aberson. What are you doing, Angus? Yeah, let's see. Along with Fred Hicks, yeah, yeah, he founded this. They don't even, yeah, 2011, yeah, you can do partnership model like Chronicle City, well, yeah, right here. Yo, he left Cubicle 7 to form Chronicle City, but Chronicle City didn't really do anything. When partnered with longtime, oh, James Desborough. Oh, he partnered with Grimm, that's probably why. Amazing that he ended up working with Fred Hicks after working with Grimm. Very funny in its own way. He now works at EN Publishing, I think. Yeah, this is Angus. Yeah, this is just Chronicle City. The actual guy again is very normal. 2013. Most of the artwork has changed slightly to be a little bit better. This is a very old Kickstarter, relatively speaking. There was some problems from what I gathered with the Rogues Gallery supplement. Apparently things didn't really get sorted out very easily, but kind of comes with the nature of the beast. Yeah, this is all Blackfall Press is. And if I remember correctly, you can buy Cold Steel Wardens on their web on here. It is an Electrum bestseller. Of course, let me do a Electrum bestseller TTRPG. Our Electrum seller means it is sold 250 to 500 copies in its entire lifespan, which is really sad to say. Yeah, it has sold 250 to 500 copies, probably more in the ballpark of about 300 maybe. But yeah, that's kind of the story of Cold Steel Wardens. There really isn't anything else. But what is the game like? What is this actual game like? Well, as you kind of see, it's probably one of the bulkiest ones in here. It is a interesting game, to say the least. Very edge, and I say it is very edgy. But it's edgy in a good way, if that makes sense. It's edgy with purpose. It's an Iron Age game at its core, though. Hey, golden, silver, iron, electrum. I call this one the plastic age. It's Watchmen. He loves Watchmen. That's one thing you have to remember. He loves the Watchmen. Even though I too like the Watchmen, even though I think Rorschach's a really fucking good character, and Alan Moore doesn't know why Rorschach's a good character and he's a dumbass. Yeah, of course, Cold Steel Wardens uses the Mafia nap system. You know, the Mafia nap system. Don't think about it. They do have form-fillable character sheets. I have this year for a very particular reason. This is just for my own sake, so don't worry about that. This isn't in the book itself. So, at its absolute core, yeah, various facets of characters. You get 85 worth of generation points and 32 vital points. These are your vitals. The average character has a 3 in everything. However, we're far from average. We have 0 magnetism. We are we're dark bad. We're Damien, Dark Lord of Dark Bad. We are not very charismatic. And what's our superpower is that we have a fucking gun. Yeah, we're Stealth Man who brings out a gun whenever he has a problem. See, the reason why I like Rorschach is his one famous line: "Never compromise, not even in the face of Armageddon." Because that summarizes his entire character, and I really like that aspect of his character. He is genuinely a good person. That's the problem. He is a genuinely good person, and he's just like, no, I'm never going to compromise on doing the right thing, even though it's not the correct thing to do. My morality says, fuck you, I'm going to do the right thing, even if it means doing the right thing is more important than doing the correct thing. Always respected that about him, and that's why I like that character. But yeah, generally speaking, 32 seems like a lot. It is not. You do feel it sometimes, especially when you get into how the system works a little bit. Then we have to assign our points, our masteries, and our powers. Masteries are like, your skills are your ability to just do things. This is actually the number of dice you're going to be rolling. This is a D10 dice pool system sometimes. Your skills are pretty simple. Powers are, you pretty much have to buy a power and then you can increase the rating. If you want to get superpowers in this game, you're going to pay for it. A lot of your points are going into that rather than your skills. Masteries, on the other hand, are like perks. You don't get many masteries, you don't need many masteries, but if you do get one, it really helps. Of course, I chose John Woo combat style and Eagle Eye just to do that correctly. That's two special optional effects. I don't like how specialties are done. They're a little bit weird. Choose 2 flaws. Everyone chooses good flaws. Have fun. Decide on all your motivations and stuff, and calculate your derived statistics. At the end of the day, the most basic idea of this game, the D10 game, you have to beat a target number. That's it. That is all you need to do. Beat a target number. Roll up, add up the number of hits, telling the GM their total, skill or power test, as their associated vital. This is where things get really weird. So, for example, I want to make a vital test. Let's say, for example, I need to make a awareness check. I've got awareness 4, so I'm going to take my 4d6. I'm going to roll, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 successes. That's 4 successes. That's pretty decent. Right, cool, good job, me. On the other hand, I want to make an examination check. Okay, I'm going to make an examination check. I'm going to roll my dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 successes. Then I would add my awareness to it. I've rolled 5 successes here. I would add my awareness of 4 to a total of 9. It's a little weird. The system is a bit funky. It's someone would appreciate it. I don't know if I do. I wish they just kept to, you just roll that number of dice and you just get more. I'm like, cool, easy enough to understand. But they kind of go a little bit back and forth on it. I don't much care for splitting things up, but that's my way of doing things. Yeah, you will increase your skills a lot more readily. It's a lot easier to do that rather than in buying new power. So it's if you want to get powers early, you invest early. Problem is, if you don't want, that's not necessarily mean you're going to do better. Yeah, feature those powers more prominently. Class X-Men storylines, Days of Future Past, Age of Apocalypse. Yeah, it's generally speaking most people aren't going to have too many powers, and that's fine. Taking a mafia nap. Ugh. Yeah, making a vitals test, most of the tests here are really low. 2 hits, and things like that. It's very simple, very quick. I'm not a huge fan of it, personally. Yeah, and then we have our various derived abilities. Now, the thing is, our defensive value here is a little bit nuts. Now, our defensive value is actually the thing they need to hit, which originally I thought was fucking bonkers and like no one will ever hit this, until you realize this is how that you're supposed to add things. You get hit pretty quickly in this game, and any damage is bad damage, you will quickly figure out. Especially when you understand that the dark gun, my gun, I roll 7d6 plus 7. Even if you have pretty good, like this is, I've got a nerve of 5 and an agility of 5. This is a bit above average. For above an average character. At most, you're probably going to have like a 16 in that. And that's if you really dump everything into these two things and nothing else. Even then, it's not impossible for you to get shot and get hurt real badly. Yeah, wealth and status. Strain. The idea behind strain is you have your two strains. You have your physical strain, which is how much actual health you have. And you have your mental strain. Anytime you hit your break point, let's see right here, I'm treating this as my break point. Anytime you hit your break point, you are effectively out. That's when bad things start happening. You start taking major injuries at that point. If I take 4 damage here, after 6, I am going to be in pain. That is going to be very bad for me. I'm going to start dying. As you can see here, Dark Bad is not mentally healthy. He is very, very susceptible, in fact, to mental drawbacks because he's a fucking lunatic. He's a lunatic who likes beating people to death. Yeah, right here. Starting here is only maximum skills. And you have to get 10 XP to do. I would have just made it 5 personally. Just 5, whatever it is. Just keep this real simple. It's like you have to get 10 XP. You get 10 XP and then it increases to 5. I know they're trying to do that like, oh, well, level 1 characters can't get like insane skills and anything. It's dumb. It's a weird thing. Like health bars with clippers. Yeah, it's... I kind of like the way that it's done. It works pretty well. Some of them it kind of get a little bit janky when you're going up and down rapidly, but yeah, that kind of comes with the territory. I do like the artwork of this game, but I like the really sketchy art style personally. Now, this woman is throwing fireballs at people. This woman has a sword. You have a pipe wrench. You have a fucking shotgun. Like, I wonder who's going to be more useful in this situation. Now, yeah, skills. Generally speaking, every 3 points of skills, every 3 points in a skill, you get a specialty in that skill. So because I have 3 melee, I get a bonus to my knife. Instead of rolling 3 dice, I roll 4 dice if I'm using a knife. However, with my range, I have good pistol and good rifle because I've got 6 here. In stealth, move silent, and breaking and entering. If you ever have a 0 in a skill, you are effectively incompetent at it, and you cannot do it. You are in absolute nightmare territory. As you can see, Damien Darklord is very terrible at actually talking with people. He's not very intimidating, or persuasive, or deceptive. People just kind of look at him and like, oh, okay, go away, Mr. Darkbad, you just scare us. It's scary, not in like, oh, intimidation, but more scary as in you're a weird dude, please get away from me. I have a superpower, shotgun, yes! Shotgun superpower is very valid in this game, in fact. Very valid, even. Too valid, arguably. Yeah. They want you to kind of like split up your skills pretty consistently. And the thing is, taking a 0 in something is bad. You can increase your skills pretty easily, all things considering, but you really should say, hey, I want to have a good skill, diversity, even if it's like 1 or 2 points in something, because having 1 or 2 points in something is still more than anything else. Because if you think about it, what happens if you have a 0? For example, when I'm canvassing, if I'm canvassing and I'm like forced to make a check like that, I just roll my vital. I make a vitals check and have to beat a target number. I will always fail effectively. I am helpless when it comes to it. Even like with force, I have to roll 2d6. The idea here is that if you have a 0, let's say for example I had 0 notice, is instead of rolling the dice here and adding your vital, you instead are doing it as just a vitals check. You would just roll your vitals. Effectively, having a 1 in unarmed means that by default I have 1 plus 5, 1d10 plus 5, which is not bad. That's still 5 up 5. It's still something. Way better than nothing. Yeah, almost everyone is going to take like everyone's going to take a combat skill. Everyone should. Generally speaking, if you are playing a skill monkey, take ranged. Shotguns and guns will turn the tide of the fight pretty fucking quickly in this game. It's always useful to have a little bit of melee in there. Generally speaking, these are your 3 ways of doing things. Unarmed is really only useful if you really double down into it. I did not, so don't think about it. Is this a game to play M. Night Shyamalan superhero-verse? Arguably, yeah, you totally could play the glass-verse in this game pretty easily, I think. It would be a little bit... You would need to bump up the power level to about 100 creation points right off the bat. But yeah, in theory, yeah, you could totally do it. Yeah, lifting, stealthing, of course. Yeah, it's unarmed combat being it's like, yeah, you're not really like unarmed combat is really good if you invest a lot into it. Just because, hey, having the ability to have at least something there, yeah, right here. If you end up getting 3, things change. This is what I mean, like you have to kind of double down. Like 1 or 2 points isn't good unless you're getting desperate. If you aren't desperate, hey, invest a bunch into it and you're doing pretty good. Everyone should take an investigation skill, even if it's just 1 or 2 investigation skills. Notice is always good. Never not take notice. But yeah, everyone's going to be kind of taking those. You might have a face character. I will say that. You will have a face character. And that face character's job is to be a face character. That's kind of the issue there. Of course, you can also take in a little bit of reputation. I took a little bit of reputation because it boosts up your wealth and status, gives you some money. Yeah, like some of the you're going to have a character who's going to be a skill monkey. You're going to find niches for yourself. I am a charismatic character. I've dumped all my abilities, all my skill points into being charismatic, and I've got a power to kind of compensate that. It's, hey, he is really good at doing that. This character is really good at being the driver. He's a getaway driver, but he's also a hero. He's going to dump a lot into like driving, piloting, vehicle combat. You are better as a niche than you are as a generalist. This game does not like generalists. Generalists don't do... Oh, knock everything around. Generalists do not do as well as a character who is specialized. Raid Shadow Legends. Hello, everyone. It's Raid Shadow Legends. Hello, Kalu Kalay. We got a raid. Hello, all of you. We are going over superhero role-playing games. We are talking about Cold Steel Wardens, otherwise known as How Do I Play Watchmen, the role-playing game, where you get to now play as Damien Darklord. dark bad. Ignore the height. Where do you live? On the edge. How old are you? 44 caliber. You know, I mean, come on, you gotta get the gravelly in the voice. If you don't have the right gravel, you know, if you aren't chugging gravel, what's the really point of doing these things? Of course, I am Stardust, the super wizard, as God intended. But yes, also to give you an idea, this is a Cold Steel Warden. Very specific tone going forward. D10 game. It's a D10 dice pool additive system as well. We talked about Infinity. How was Infinity? I should ask that. How was Infinity? Mostly, how was that early variant of, I should say, early variant of the 2D20? The streamers were in pain. It's infinite. The thing is, if I talked with someone who was a huge Infinity fan. This is the thing you gotta remember. I talked to someone who was a huge Infinity fan playing, who read it, and he said, "This is amazing. I like this because it's Infinity, and I like Infinity." And I didn't much care for it because I'm like, but I didn't know Infinity very well, and I'm really mixed on the 2D20 system, guys. Modiphius, like, it's... I didn't like the Fallout variant. I didn't much care for the Infinity variant. Yeah, it's made for people who know their war game. Yeah. The thing is, I've read the Codename. I read the Codename 2D20 game. The Codename 2D20 game is pretty good, honestly. It's really good. It gets a point across. I think they get... Conan is the... Conan is the best example of 2D20. The problem is, Conan's the first example of 2D20. I think it's kind of like a square peg round hole issue with 2D20. Because 2D20 does one thing really well. I like that lead pipe as a reoccurring character. Yeah, never read Mutant Chronicles. And a shitty body and joined the military. Yes, yeah. What's your superhero? Like, I am the lead pipe. What do you mean? I have a lead pipe. What are you gonna do with a lead pipe? Yeet. The fact that being Captain Lead Pipe is a completely valid character concept is funny for me, and I do enjoy that. That is a... I have a question about No Pet Shapes. Sage a tabletop role-playing game when they have a moment. Feel free to ask. Don't worry. If I miss you, apologies. There's a couple of them. This is what happens when people raid. You people think I actually keep up with all my chat and everything? Captain Boomerang. All right, best TTRPG to play a mermaid in. At the top of my head, but like, if you want to play actual honest to God, like, I just want to play a mermaid. I'm gonna shill someone here real fast. I'm gonna shill another VTuber real fast. This is Mermaids After the End, or Mate. It's a D12 game. They actually hit their goal. This is by ELH. People may know ELH, people may not. This is probably one of the few games that just actually has that as a basic pitch. Is you could just play a mermaid, but you are weird monster girl, transhumanist mermaids. Don't think about it too hard. The more you think about it, the worse it. This is the LH. ELH popped in here like once an eon ago, and I'm in their server, so hi ELH. Dun 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 dun. Dun. I remember when you posted on MGG. I remember when you posted on Monster Girl General on TG. I know your sin. I was there. Yeah, that is Mermaids After the End probably is your best bet, just because that actually is focused entirely on that. Let's go. Yeah, Rifts also does that. Rifts can. The thing with Rifts is that, how do I want to word it? In Rifts, you are playing Rifts as a mermaid rather than playing a mermaid, if that makes sense. And that is kind of the issue with suggesting you're playing Rifts with a mermaid in it rather than you know just playing mermaids. Yeah, it's mind you, I love Rifts and will fight, kill, and die for Palladium. Uncle Kev I am Uncle Kev's strongest warrior, but that is something you always have to remember with Rifts. Any Palladium game for that. But let's get back to Cold Steel. I do like being the one mermaid. But yeah, let's get back to masteries are effectively perks. I think that's the best way to think about it. These are effectively perks. One of the weirder things is combat styles. The idea of a combat style is that you pick up one of these and you can switch between combat styles at the start of a round. Of course, some combat styles are a lot different than others. Have no fear, I can judo throw your ass. I know kung fu. I know tai chi. I'm a boxer. Sorry, I've invested in Krav Maga. I can disco battle you. Fencing, kickboxing. I chose John Woo. But John Woo is I can have a pistol in each hand and move and shoot. That's it. Honestly, if you want to play a John Woo combat game, it's entirely possible. Or you could be an asshole and just play a sniper. Yeah, you can play a sniper in this game. Does that somewhat invalidate some options? Yeah, it does. Deadshot is also really good. Because Deadshot is effectively how to play John Wick. If you want to play John Wick, you get Deadshot combat style, because you mitigate a lot of the penalties for firing in melee. So you can do some of the like crazy bullshit of like jamming a pistol and go bang 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 and then killing them and all that. You could do that pretty easily. And I'll talk about that a little bit later when it comes to at the end of this. You might have a black belt. You might have a black belt in karate, but my hero is a fan belt in street fighting. Dartboard combat style. Yeah, it's but like finally I can do utilize batarangs, throwing that. Yeah, playing dartboard like right here can ricochet around corner. You can play batarang if you want to have batarangs everywhere, or just choose weapon expert. Yeah, just choose weapon expert and get more dice, like way more dice than you actually need in 95% of situations, because you just deal extra damage. If you pick up weapon expert for 3 XP, you immediately become infinitely better at combat. Yeah. Effectively for Damien Darklord, he would pick up weapon expert pistol, and his entire thing would that he would be kicked down the door with two pistols in hands, or more accurately, sneak around the back and do. I made a stealth archer, unfortunately. Also, the lead pipe is back. The pipe, and of course, we could have scuba. It's always scuba time. Todd Howard. Yeah, infiltrator, takedown expert. Like, some of them feel a lot. Some of them feel a little bit better than others. Because you get things like, oh, marathon runner. Oh boy, I don't run. And then in the same one is, hey, defensive fighter. I can drop a melee action and immediately counter any attack. What? Yeah, you can counter any attack for losing an action. This is fucking bonkers. Because what happens is that if you're in an actual fight, it's, oh hey, they're using an action to attack you. As long as they don't roll a crit, which is 5 up, whatever your thing is, you just immediately just bat it away. And you can use it reflexively. So you already know if they're going to hit you or not. And it's like, oh, uh-oh. You know, it's just like, oh, you're just This is why I say, like, specialists are way more rewarded. Because you see, like, 6, 7, you know, you need 5, 9. Like, you really need to really focus in on it. Even taking things like, oh, I want to use 2 weapons in both hands. You need a 9. And you still take a -4 with both of them. And it's like, yeah, you need, like, some big ones. And then you get some, like, oh, you have night sight. Yay. Or Eagle Eye. You want to know what the Eagle Eye is? 2 additional dice to any sight-based check, and reduce all range penalties by 2. I can just shoot you from farther away. You're an Eagle Eye sniper. You could just pop people from across the map. It's like, ah, of course. My favorite character, a sniper. Effectively. That's why lead pipe is everywhere. Like, yeah, playing gunman is very easy. And then you get shit like this, be like, oh yeah, don't forget to invest in literally every single skill. Because this is a total of 5, 8, it would be 5, 8, 11. This is 11 points to get a criminal contact. And this is only 8 to get a friend, you know, a friend police officer. It's like, oh. But it's, yeah, you need to get a lot to get some, like, actual basic ones. And then on the other hand, it's like, oh, hey, you can use micro cameras or ask a question. Or DNA testing it and things like that. Of course, we also have the ability of Sex Machine. Hey everyone, I'm a sex machine. Hey. How you doing? It's me, the sex machine. Wink. Whatever it is, you got it. Sniper Chan. Yeah, my favorite X-Men character, you know, Sniper, who just pops someone from across the map. Yeah, Negotiator, Master of Disguise, Gambler. Like, there's a couple of these that are like, these are really specific. I'm like, alright. Veiled Threat, Unfazed. If I want to play Frank Castle, there you go. Someone's trying to intimidate you. You immediately say, nuh-uh. This is the nuh-uh. You're like, uh-oh. Yeah, you're a hacker, you're a lawyer, you're just actually a fucking cop. Yeah, you're an actual cop. Or hey, I work with the mob. All right. Hey, you work with a cult. Hey. Yeah, You want to play a demo, you want to be a stunt driver. Ace pilot or paramedic. Also, notice nothing's in alphabetical order again. I fucking hate it when they do that. Some of them are like, oh, cool. I can spend 3 points to get +2 defensive value, which is really good, by the way. Hey, improved parry. You spend 4, you spend 3 XP, and you effectively get +4 in melee attack. If they keep throwing that, just do that. To give you an idea, if you ever want to increase everything by +6, it costs 9 XP. It would cost 9 XP to increase everything you have by effectively +6. Because you would get a defender here for 2, and improved parry and improved dodge would effectively increase your base defensive value by 6, which is nuts. That's very difficult to overcome, unless the GM starts really pumping out some money. We can play Heroes TV show, exactly. That reminds me of my high school Heroes Unlimited, scantily clad lad. Yeah, it's jaded, controlled strikes. A lot of things here if you want to see. You can even see like how far we are in the game already before we actually even learn. Here's our flaws. As you can see, Gunman here has learned that he has a gun. Kind of the idea with flaws. Also, one of my favorite art pieces in this entire thing. I don't know why it's so funny for me to look. Of course, Damien Darklord, being our hero, he is a fanatic of the American dream, and he has very limited charisma. People are just afraid of him. Like, some of them have like more active effects, some of them less so. Even down to like, depending on the game, brutal may even be a benefit, because you just don't do non-lethal attacks. You just kill anyone you actually attack. Oh. Being a hero, being heroic is actually a detriment, and pretty actively is. Hey, the ATF is hunting me down. Hey, the FBI is finding me. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's some of them feel like they do a lot more than others, and that's kind of the nature of the beast. Yeah, limited charisma. I effectively catastrophically fail every single time I'm trying to convince someone of something, because Damien Darklord has a personality of a brick. He's addicted to crystal weed. Oh my god, they buried the iconic Green Lantern Green Arrow cover. Yeah, there's a lot of these like, oh, you're limited here. Generally speaking, literally any limit like sanity or there's another limited one which hinders your nerve. Don't take those. You need those. Those are really valuable because they increase your health, which you have very little of. You know, you're merciful, you have a nemesis. They're just fucking old. Never be old, be young. Because if you're young, you can grow up and you can remove this flaw entirely. But yeah, you could just be a kid. Hello everyone, it's me and my sidekick, Damien. Hey Damien, what do you got there? I got a gun! Yeah! Batman, except he uses the gun. See, my favorite part is when Robin got a shotgun and handled the Joker. See, that would be a very different Batman story, and what I could get behind. Yeah, poor health. Poor health is really bad. Like, anything like that. Or, hey, you're just in poverty. You're just poor. Hey, you have literally a psychosis. Yeah, some of them are a lot easier than others. Of course, this is literally me if you don't know. And now we get to powers. Now, powers, like, they talk about powers and they're just like, yeah, you get powers, ta-da! And then these do feel a little bit obligation-wise. I'll talk about this again kind of at the end. Magic, mutation, you're psychic, you have technology. Your power source doesn't really mean anything. It just means what is actually working. Except effectively, powers are skills. It's equal to your power rating. You need to purchase the power and then purchase the actual skill with it. And if we go to generating optional effects, effectively you do the same thing that if you increase your power with it, you get optional effects and you get additional things. Generally speaking, hey, I want to increase my power with it. I want to increase the resistance ability with it. Hey, I want to do something different for it. Instead of it me blasting one person, it's a cone, it's a line, it's a burst, it's an explosion. Pretty easy stuff. Now, some of the powers are adhesion. You can stick and cling to surfaces. You want to play Spider-Man? You pick adhesion. That's what you do. And you put 3 points into it, and you make it. You tick raw wall crawler. Functional Teflon. Yep. You want to play You want to play Spider-Man? You can play Spider-Man. Oh yeah, Kick-Ass was a new movie when this came out. Yep. All right. Yeah, you can play Kick-Ass in this game pretty easily. So, you know, Affliction, alter emotions. I want to make you feel happy. I want to make you feel sad. I have the ability to gaslight animals to do things. You can make Aquaman on this game. You want to make a dark and gritty Aquaman? Just talk to fish. Yeah. See, that's my favorite part with dark and gritty Aquaman beats up the Joker. Hey, it's Megalobot. You want to play Megalobox? You could totally just play Megalobox. There's a lot here though. Some of them are a lot more detailed than others, and that's something you do get a lot of options. I do like the fact that you do get things with it. You know, chameleon, elasticity, elemental damage. Of course, the black guy has electric powers, as we know, because it's somewhat government mandated that every black superhero has electric powers. I don't know why. But I can respect it, though. You damn well know what you're getting into. Mostly when they can just kind of throw you for a loop and being like, surprise, motherfucker, I got cold powers. And you're like, damn, it's Frozone. I've been Frozoned. Oh, no. I can fly. Being able to fly, kind of broken. Have a force field. Hey, get around my force field. Yeah, immune to all physical damage. The problem is, getting it more and more and more is a little bit more difficult. Very difficult. You can heal. Yeah, the ability to heal in this game is a little broken. Because it turns out, being able to heal in a game where it's very lethal is kind of good. Mind linking, your phase, sensibilities. There's a lot of powers here, and some of them feel a lot more, I would say it does somewhat clash with the tone sometimes. Telekinesis. Being able to just teleport, my favorite superpower, being able to teleport. In theory, I guess you could try to telefrag someone. A little bit fucked up, but telefragging is an option. Have no fear, let me telefrag people. So, here's our brave set of heroes. Black Lightning, Giant Samson, Woman with Sword, and the Pipe. Reach out and punch someone. So, basic, instead of last time's insane initiative system, we have a much more sane initiative system this time around, and it always begins with initiative. All it is, you roll. All you do, you make an agility test, tally the number of hits, and that's that. Very easy. And you just act from there. And it's, taking turns. Generally speaking, you have 2 actions. First, any action you can do, you can kind of do whatever. You can technically do 2 attacks a round, but you really shouldn't. But here you go. This is what 95% of the actual game is. Taking swings. Moving, withdrawing from combat. I want to crawl away from something. I want to use a skill. I want to drive something. I want to maneuver. Now, the big thing when it comes to attacking is, you kind of see here, you target their defensive value. That's it. The biggest thing, though, is how much damage you do. Damage is kind of bonkers. You can do a lot of damage with these things. Ooh. Yeah, right here. Character in melee takes -6d dice penalty to armed range attacks. However, if the character does hit, their weapon deals twice the normal damage die. Now, to give you an idea, if I chose the John Wick combat style, I would do 5d10 damage. 5d10. Now, that's not just additive, that is success-based, but that's a lot of dice. And there's a lot of chance that, like, one good hit from a pistol close range will kill you. Any gun in this game is really deadly, especially when you start getting into auto fire, and then you can just say, oh, hey, I want to hold down the trigger, and then you get lit the fuck up. I think all black dudes got electrical powers after black lightning and static shock happened. See, I think more characters should be like Snowflame and get coke powers. I think more people should have cocaine powers. I think that game would be... I think comics would be a lot more interesting. Use a power, use skills. Sometimes, like, when it says, like, you have to move around to do combat techniques, this is like your other action, effectively. Mostly maintain the powers, sheathing, reloading. Most things are pretty, like, it's pretty easy to understand, and it's pretty easy to actually get things. Now, if you're really strong, usually using an armed melee attack is your best bet. However, armed range attack, when in doubt, just pull a trigger on something. Guns are the great equalizer. Always remember that. They are the great equalizer. And because they are the great equalizer, yeah, you can do a lot of damage. It's like a knife here does 5 damage. Technically, I can do with this, with a actual handgun, I can do anywhere between you can do a lot of fucking damage with a good handgun. Ooh. You hit 5 over their attack, it becomes critical. Critical hits are really bad, by the way, because you do double damage effectively. And you're like, oh, hey. You have to, getting hit at all with a critical hit is your, twice the normal dice and strain. My 5d10 becomes, my 5d becomes 10d. If you score a critical hit in melee with a gun, you do 20d damage with a fucking handgun. That's lethal for 90% of people. That's death. There are some more advanced stuff, like I want to knock people down, want to do non-lethal attack. These are very specific things. Let me see if we can go to... Now, this is the idea of strain injury and psychosis. I'm going fucking insane. Coke-powered supers. So, this is a pretty... I wouldn't necessarily call it a death spiral. It's not a traditional death spiral, but it really does feel like one. I think the best way to think about it is that it is a death spiral to a point. And once you hit that point, you begin tanking. Yeah, it's the most important thing is your breaking point. After you hit your breaking point, you have to make a check. You'll be making a nerve check or a psych check. You hit your nerve check, and you won't take an injury, but every time attacked after that, you're going to have to make that nerve check to to prevent you from dying. Not dying, but hitting you pretty painfully. Anytime you hit past that, you're in a really bad state. You need to stop being there. You are in extreme pain. You are not having a good time. You need help immediately. Hey, your threshold, you're on your mental strain. You need help. This is bad. This is, uh-oh. You need help right now. Yeah, it's... So, generally speaking, if what happens here is, for example, let's say I am at 8. I take 4 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am at 4 HP. I would have taken 2 below. So I would consult here. I would take a minor injury. All that would happen. The bigger the attack that knocks you low, so for example, let's say I take 6 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd go 4 under. I would have taken a moderate injury. Injuries are really bad. You technically can strain yourself to get extra dice. Generally speaking, this is a terrible idea and you should never do it. But you can. You can recover pretty easily. It takes time. If you go below your breaking point, you have to go to a hospital. Like, you need actual serious help. Now, I'm going to explain this the best way I can. So, minor injuries are problems that you get. You effectively, the GM will give you an injury, the GM will have to assign you one, or you'll just roll and grab one. That. At the end of the day, if you have a minor injury, you have a negative 1d on all physical actions and using the affected area. Easy enough to understand. Hey, I got an abrasion. Ow. I got a bruised rib. Oof. Hey, I got a muscle strain. Ow, like my muscles are all fucked up. I got a sprained muscle. But then you start getting into the moderate ones. You have a concussion. Yeah. Hey, you dislocate one of your joints. Hey, you start hemorrhaging. Uh-oh. You partial fracture. Uh-oh. Hey, your jaw is broken. That's a severe wound. That's a severe injury. Hey, your ribs are broken. Have fun. Yeah, no. Hey, during each round of combat, continues to fight or exert himself despite broken ribs. You have to make a difficulty 5 check. If you fail, you go all the way up to a severe one. An even worse injury, like ruptured fucking organs. Hey, you need to get to a hospital within an hour, or your bone marrow leaks into your bloodstream, which is going to kill you. Hey, you have a slipped disc. One of your vertebrae has slipped out of place. Have no fear. You tore one of your ligaments. Hey, you have cerebral hematoma. Literally every 5 minutes, you have to make a really difficult nerve test, or you just die. Hey, we have a 4th degree burn. You're most likely going to die from, as it goes through your... Yeah, goes through your flesh at that point. Hey, eruptions. Oh, that's completely. Oh, hey, you have internal bleeding. Hey, your spinal column is gone. Yeah, you snapped your back. Welcome to taking damage. It sucks. Like, taking any kind of damage is damn near lethal in this game. It is like, holy shit. Like, oh fuck. You don't think about it. You're like, oh, like, then you get some of like the psychoses, scare or something. You take a bunch of penalties to your mental way of doing things. You're just depressed. Technically, depression is a minor. It's just a minor problem. Narcissism, night terrors. Moderate is delusional paranoia, hyperaggression, impulse control, manic depression, sexual dysfunction, extreme fetishes, nymphomania. Hey, delusional. Hey, dissociative fugue. Dissociative identity disorder, intermittent explosive disorder, paranoid schizophrenia. Yeah, it's hard to recover from any kind of damage, and you really shouldn't. I shouldn't say you shouldn't recover, but it's Mortal Kombat levels of detail. You getting into a fight is lethal in this game. That's why you should always try to win. Win better. Most of the time, you don't actually have too much money on hand. So you make a wealth and status check most of the time if you want to purchase anything a lot. You do get a little bit of money, but not a lot of money, relatively speaking. So let's move all the way down here. This is our extensive gun list. Light pistol, medium pistol. Of course, as we all know, you can just shoot someone with a 9mm and that hurts. And a 44, that's a 44 mag, costs 500. 500. A 44 revolver costs 550. Well, a 9mm revolver costs 250. Of course, you can also invest in a heavy SMG if you want to be an asshole, or a heavy hunting rifle. This is why, light hunting rifle, $400, equal to a light modern pistol, mind you. You roll 6 die, but you look at the ranges. Yeah, pick Eagle Eye and just snipe people from across it because you just shot them with a 22 and killed them. Mostly because ammo is what really bankrupts you. Remember, kids, ammo bankrupts you, nothing else. This does, unironically, this does also mean that bow and arrows aren't too bad. Because you just add your force. If you're super strong, it's arguably better to take a bow and arrow than it is to actually take a, gun. Yeah, let me see if I can find the club nightstick. Yeah, $50 gets you a actual nightstick. If you ever want to know why the pipe is pretty good, this is why. The pipe, if he has 5 strength, he will do more damage consistently than a fucking light SMG. God help us all if he's invested in a hammer, where he can easily do way more. Don't worry, boomerangs. Boomerangs also do things. Have no fear. Nunchucks. Nunchucks are very valid. Brass knuckles. Yeah, nunchucks are decent. Guns are unbalanced. We'll balance it with hitting the heroes where it hurts. Their wallet. Exactly. Obviously, throwing a frag grenade at a problem is illegal. And hey, having a C4 is illegal. Though generally speaking, really invest in Kevlar. Kevlar is pretty good. Reduce damage dice by 2, only protects the torso. It's something better than nothing. A lot of basic little equipment. You can also get like really custom ammunition. Hey, you want to have screamer ammo? Want to buy a cheap hotel? Want to go to a cheap hotel? Want to go to an uninsured hospital stay? Yeah, welcome to $300 a day. Yeah, various vehicles you can buy, of course. Have no fear. We can do a sedan. Get in my sedan. This is also one of the very few games where you can buy a tank. You want to buy a tank or a fighter jet? You can. For some reason. For some unholy reason, you can buy one. Kind of here, this is just motivation stances. Effectively, the idea with your memories, motivations, and stances, it's I have what are my memories of other people? What am I actually doing here? And what are my like hardline stances on things? These all use your vigilance. Your vigilance die is kind of a meta currency. I'll say it's a meta currency. But at the end of the day, hey, vigilance is placed in the center of the dice, center of the table. Anytime we need a little bit of help, I can draw vigilance out, and I'm gonna roll. Hey, we fucked up this roll and we need to succeed. Draw 3 vigilance out and immediately re-roll, but you don't add those dice. Hey, I'll take some vigilance dice out because I need some narrative control. And it's something like, hey, there's flammable chemicals nearby. Hey, not only is Vinny's legs arguing with one of his henchmen, but that henchman pulled a knife. Yeah, you get it by just role-playing, and I don't hate that. I think that's fine. Ow. That's good. Oh, God. I'm coughing up a storm here. I'm dying. Alan Moore made Batman ride a tank. So, yeah, creating investigate. This is mostly an investigation system, and that's what they want you to do. It's like, oh, here's how to do pyramid systems. Here's how to do kind of. I do like this section, honestly. If you want to run an investigation game, just read this section. It's not bad. And most importantly, guess what? They have a random mission table, effectively. A random investigation generator. I like these things. I always like these. So let's make our own. So, a religious cult. It's, we've got some eyewitness, but currently in hiding. What's the, oh no, they were doing something out of obligation. And oh no! It was a gang fight. What's going on? Let's solve the crisis. And then they talk about game mastering and this is what it means by like, generally speaking, like it's kind of difficult. Like some of these are very a lot bigger than others. And this is why it means like, yeah, beat 5. You effectively have to make a difficult check if you want to make a simple check if you don't have a skill in something. That's the painful part. So yeah, that is, generally speaking, it's pretty easy. And let me see if we can find a, mostly just kind of a GM section. How you'd fucking die, which is pretty easily. How do we do the Iron Age? If you want to do the Iron Age, this is a pretty good way of talking about it as well. And they have a kind of a sample setting of New Corinth. A lot of stuff going on here. A lot of stuff in the back as well for you to play. Sample play. That's it. Is Cold Steel Wardens good? I think it's good. I think this game is pretty interesting. Here's one thing. I would never, ever run this as a superhero game. No. I do not like this game because it is a superhero game. And this is a really weird thing to say. But I don't like this game as a superhero game. New Corinth. Thank you very much. I do not like this game as a superhero game. I don't like the fact that it's like, well, it's Batman and it's Watchmen. I don't like it like that. I like this game more in the vein of, hey, it's Hotline Miami. Hey, it's that ultra violent kind of, I wouldn't say it's pulp, but kind of like those 80s action movies. It's kind of those 80s action movies. It's those kind of more down and gritty, pulp, noir, kind of that 80s noir. Honest to God, if you treat Cold Steel Wardens more along the line of like, it's a weird noir book, then yeah, this game works pretty well. I guess you can play the spirit in this. Yeah, it works better in the line of it not being about superheroes. It works better when it is about, like, Sin City. You play Sin City in this game, suddenly this makes a lot more sense. Sin City isn't a game about, like, not quite Sucker Punch. It's, if you play this game more along the lines of it being a superhero game, it's alright, don't get me wrong, it does its job. It is about what it is. If you play this game as, even like Kick-Ass, exactly. If you play this game as some weird version of John Wick, of Hotline Miami, of hyper-violent Hong Kong action movies even, the Tarantino experience, honest to God, if you play this as the Tarantino experience and it's just Pulp Fiction or whatever, then yeah, suddenly this game makes a lot more sense. And things click together a lot more. Even if you were just like, hey, this is a heist game. Or hey, this is a vaguely like, honest to God, if it almost sound bad, like a weird like Vice City game. Like, yeah, it's Vice City. Or hey, it's even like San Andreas and shit like that. It's not, oh, I got superpowers. How about something like Equilibrium? Arguably, Equilibrium's too high power. Like, arguably speaking, that's the thing. Like, you could do that if you edit some aspects of it. Like, the core system isn't bad. It's a little janky when... It's janky when you first read it. But once you start understanding it more, it's like, okay, I wish they put the difficulty chart earlier to explain it more, but they don't. For reasons. Yeah, it's kind of in that weird spot where it's like, I like the game for what it isn't, rather than what it is. It's like, I would rather have this be something else, rather than, it's superheroes, haha, hee hoo hoo. But, speaking about games that are about superheroes, we've got 2 more games. So I ask of thee, do you want Peak Superhero, or do you want Peak Superhero? Oh yeah. Both of these next games are equally weird in their own right. No, we have not gone over Underground yet. Okay, we can either do Prowlers and Paragons now and end on Underground, or we can go Underground now and go to Prowlers and Paragon at the end. Both of them have a story, and both of them are interesting in their own right. Ooh. We got some people here. People are gonna start getting tired here fast. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to do Underground. I'm gonna do Underground for 2 reasons. because it's interesting to talk about, and it's probably it's not the best superhero game, but it's not the best superhero game for a couple reasons. Welcome to Underground. And you may be looking at this and saying, hey, Notepad, this definitely does not look like a superhero game. And the answer is, well, it kind of isn't. Let me explain. Hello, Ela. Underground. You go to Underground TTRPG and you kind of look here. This is a game that not many people know about. There isn't that much. Fully strapped, always packed. There's a couple expansions for this book, but if you go to the Wikipedia page, obviously, you see right here. This is published by Mayfair Games. Mayfair Games is a company that made effectively like Catan. Like, they made a bunch of board games. Agricola, Settlers of Catan, Caverna, Cosmic Encounter, Patchwork, SimCity, the card game, Tigris and Euphrates, yeah. They made a bunch of games like this. The problem is Mayfair got bought out by Asmodee. They sold everything to Asmodee. And it was effectively dead by 2018. This game does not exist anymore. I do not know who owns Underground anymore. There is one person who might own this game. And you might see who the designer is. Now, some of you who know your lore may know who this is. Who this person is. Some of you may not know. This is Ray Winiger. Or Winiger. Winger. This is Ray. Ray, fun fact, he is the former executive producer of D&D. He left in 2022. He had left Wizards of the Coast, but he has been doing stuff for a while. He worked on he worked on the original D&D, Purpose Countdown for Foz's Doctor Who. Worked at TSR in the early 90s. He co-designer of DC Heroes, of Torg, even yes, Torg. He made a variety of different games. And it's kind of like, yeah, genetically enhanced soldiers fighting a patriotic war society back from a corrupt government. When Mayfair withdrew support given to popularity, Winiger moved on to other projects. Yeah, there's quite a few different games that he is vaguely known for. And because Ray has done quite a bit of things out there. If we go to Ray here. No one follows Ray because Ray's kind of lame. He's a very boring person. Very, very normal person, for better or for worse. Yes, this is the guy who wrote Underground. Let me see what let's see. What's your LinkedIn? What are you doing these days? Technically, he still says he's a Wizard of the Coast producer. Oh. Good times. But yeah, this is the yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of supplements that came out for this game. I could not find many of them though. Yeah. Democracy City source book, Luna source book, fully strapped, Underground notebook, Street Telltales. So yeah, this is kind of the story. That's all you really need to know about it. I don't know who owns Underground at this point. There is a distinct chance that technically Asmodee owns Underground, which technically meant that the Embracer Group owned Underground, which now means Asmodee re-owns Underground. It's really hard to tell who actually owns Underground at this point. It's a little bit hard to tell who owns these games really. Yeah, but Underground is kind of a unique game. We're gonna call it a unique game. Not many people talk about this game anymore. I have a very weird history with Underground, mostly because I remember reading it eons ago, literally before the color of time was invented. I remember reading it eons ago, and I was like, oh man, this was really cool. And then it influenced me in other places, inadvertently. But, are you ready to go underground? Are you ready to be, cyberpunkos? Well, don't do that, actually. So, remember, this was written in 1993. And remember, it's 2021, and the dream is dead. So, I'm gonna do a quick summary of the lore for everybody, because there's a lot of lore to this game, and that lore is very important to understand a lot of things going on. Let me see if we can find a good image to summarize the lore for everybody. All right, so actually, no, that's a terrible one. Let's see if I can find a good. All right, so I'm gonna summarize the lore for Underground for you all. All right. Oh, have no fear. We gotta pay no pay. Ad time. Is this superheroes? Yes. The thing is, Underground is superheroes in a very vague sense of the term. Fucking hell. This is a superhero game in a very broad sense of the term. And it makes sense when I will explain the lore. When I explain the lore, it will make more sense of why this is in the superhero case. Because the superhero case is about supers, and it's a very specific riff on supers. I will wait for the ad break to finish, because it's very funny to do this. Because ad breaks are funny for everyone involved, and I get paid like cents on the dollar for gaslighting people for it. It's amazing. So, that's one fucked up gun. Alright. The lore. The year is the future. Yes, it is in the far off future of 1996. In the far-off future of 1996, a bunch of aliens crashed out in the Florida Everglades. And since we crashed in the Florida Everglades, what happened is the government picks up those aliens, and we begin experimenting on them. Because we've done that, because we've experimented on these aliens, we are now learning more about genetic research. Flash forward a couple years after the US is forced to hand over its genetic research to everybody else, we are in a techno-dystopic hellhole. Because, hey, turns out, we don't really need to give a shit about people. And we need to effectively fund war to continue to expand the market. We must expand the market to fill the expanding market. This has led to 3 major power groups: Europe, the Asian sphere, and the entirety of North America. And everywhere else is called the Third World. We don't like the Third World. Now, the problem is, a lot of these companies need to imply private armies, because everything is corporate. These are conflict companies. These are professional mercenary bands that work for governments and supranational organizations to kill things for money. Now, one of the big things... Home Depot Bat Manly? Hey, the Nightcat Manly is a proud hero. The big thing, though, is that, hey, we've made huge breakthroughs in genetic research. And we can now give soldiers, our our conflict companies, we can give these guys superpowers effectively. We can make them faster, stronger, tougher. We can make them, as strong as physically possible. And this is good. We like making our disposable assets super strong. But there's a problem. There's a really big problem. We keep making them super powerful and they keep going fucking insane. Like ballistic killing insane. This is a problem. So, what they do is something very smart. They instead take these people and put them effectively under a place called Slumberland. During their time in Slumberland, they are effectively living out their entire life in 14 months as a comic book superhero. Totally understanding that all of their powers are completely natural. They aren't getting their superpowers from genetic research. They're getting their superpowers from a radiation accident, or they're getting their superhero powers from a magic source or something. They're getting all their powers. Slumberland, that's a terrible name. Whoever invented it got shot. They didn't. They called it Slumberland because they literally repurposed it. To give you an idea, they repurposed a civilian VR tech to train soldiers. They just amped up the violence to desensitize everyone to it. For 14 months, you effectively speedrun your entire life to make sure that you understand powers. After those 14 months, they kick you out. They make sure you understand that you now live in the real world. They detransition you out. They give you about 3 months. They give you about 6 months of training, and then they send you off. For the past 2 years, you have effectively been living an entirely different life, and your entire body has been genetically modified. And then they send you to a conflict zone, and you kill a bunch of people. You are playing those guys. Who, because what happens is you all believe that you're actually superheroes. And you're all going through horrible genetic trauma, and your mind is your mind's breaking apart at the seams. On the other hand, you have superpowers. Bad news, you're going insane. Delightful derangement. So you've been Superman for some time, and then they send you to kill Iraqis? Yeah, effectively. The entire inciting factor of the underground of the 2021 is that Paraguay. A couple of companies go down to Paraguay and nobody wins. Everyone dies, but a bunch of people come home all of a sudden. Because you're all super soldiers, effectively. Yep, AMI, yep. So long, Fritz, AMI troopers in Paraguay. You all come home and things go wrong. That's kind of the entire premise. To give you an idea, the first chunk of this game, I would say up to about page 44, is entirely just lore. And there's a lot of lore. And I do encourage you to read all of the lore because it makes a lot more sense. I can do my best to kind of get people the idea, but it's kind of hard to explain everything. Because, hey, you have no skills. You are effectively a bunch of veterans returning home from a war where you cannot function anymore. You're a completely non-functioning human being. And we'll see by my one character I made of what that means. Really? Fucking Paraguay? Yes. Because what happened, this is the story of how we got into a fight in Paraguay. So, the US, the United States, wants to pass a law to give a kickback to a bunch of fast food chains. Because pretty much everything in the government is sponsored by people now. Every single amendment has a sponsorship, a corporate sponsorship to get money. And they wanted to pass a law, effectively, to give a big kickback to a bunch of fast food joints. However, The farmers did not like this very much because they weren't getting the kickback. So they threatened to, oh yeah, Slumberland is a comic book deep cut reference. It is. That's exactly what they say. What happens, this is the thing, what occurs is that because they are like, they're like, okay, we're going to start doing we're going to do private terrorism, which is legal, by the way, because terrorism has been legalized in some instances, against you and your allies. And he's like, okay, new deal. What we'll do is we'll go down to Paraguay and we'll open up the beef market there. And that means if we open up the beef market, you guys can get a bunch of cows for really cheap and everyone makes a lot of money. And that'll be their compromise. So the senator hires the senator hires a private company, hires a conflict corporation to attack the government. And then, this is a secret, the government needs help, so they end up going to taking the bid from the United States again to employ another company, AMI. And now there is a double conflict going on. Yeah, Senator Bloodfest, a respectable bipartisan. However, the Far East Coalition is like, hey, we want in on the beef market. So they hire a company to come in and assist the government, the Paraguayan government, which makes the Germans hire a fourth company to bring in their own people to attack both sides. Literally nobody wins. It is a horrifying death fight down there. So, to give you an idea, this is not the fast food wars. This is over cattle to give to American farmers because the government gave fast food joints kickbacks. Yeah, that is literally it is and that's the entire thing. That's the joke almost. Of course, we have the North American Confederation, US, Mexico, and Central America. You may be thinking, what happened to Canada? US ate Canada. The Far East Collective of famous allies of China, Korea, Taiwan, Thailand, and Japan. The European Common Market, dominated by Neo-Deutschland, a Scientologist collective theocracy. Yeah. Let me see if this is Paraguay in 2019. This all happened here. To give you an idea, total casualties, 1.866 million people. Total damage, $13,580 billion. Nobody wins. No, in the end, no side gained any real benefits from the struggle. Yep. Nobody wins. Yeah, this is Germany. Germany became a state-mandated Scientology state. China is China technically overthrew its communist government in 2001. Dun, 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 dun. And because China ate everybody, they are probably one of the super ones. The Neo-Vatican is technically the entirety of I believe it's Nicaragua. Yeah. The Pope bought Nicaragua. Quebec is an independent country. New Providence, TM, if you notice TM there of New Providence, South of Africa sold itself to a corporation to end apartheid. It's now a giant golf course. It is literally a resort. And the moon is split between everybody. And nobody likes anyone on the moon, even though most people are Scientologists. That's great. Other weird notes. There are effectively an entire slave race of clones because of McRaney's. McDonald's made clones to work for them because they knew that they would make a profit because they would want to eat McRaney's. Effectively, McDonald's made clones to eat more McDonald's and work menial labor. Ask yourself, who's the Mac? Yeah, technically we have a 14,000% inflation. Everyone wants McRaney's hamburgers. Technically, here are the popular entertainment shows. Cannibalism is technically illegal, and there are Tasty Ghoul is a Tasty Ghoul and Sweeney's. Because in 2010, Congress passed get until the McMurdy's Foodstuff Act. At the end of every driver's license, you can actually sign to sell your body for $750 to a cannibalism store. Because remember, Tasty Ghouls, are you a people person? Technically, Rush Limbaugh becomes vice president because he joins the Plutocrat Party. Yeah. There's a lot of lore in this game. And it's... Remember, this is 1993. Camelot, the next generation. Wait, what's with my country? Did Gorbacheving happen in the game? No, you got eaten by the Germans. Also, in case you want to know, God, no. Now, this is something, yeah, you're part of the block. Now, here's the thing. Let me see. Yeah, Scientology. Could make you corpse stars. This is incredible. Where my superhero? We're getting that. So here's the thing. If we see Camelot the Next Generation, Camelot the Next Generation, Aeon Flux is canon, yes. Camelot the Next Generation is literally about a Kennedy who lost the American election and then proceeded to make a television show about himself becoming president where he saves the day. Quite literally, he makes a TV show about what he would do as president, including saving the Earth from aliens. That's Camelot the Next Generation. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is... It's great. Now, here's the thing. This is where we started getting into our superheroes. But we need to learn a little bit about what's going on. At the end of the day, you all think you are superheroes. You literally think you are superheroes who are all genetically enhanced supermen. Because one of the problems of being in Slumberland is that your mind gets altered where you see things in a black and white morality. That's the problem. During your time in Slumberland, you begin thinking you are a comic book hero. And because you think you are a comic book hero, you literally believe all of the morality and things that go along with it. You are a hyperjacked murder machine veteran of horrible wars who thinks he's Superman effectively. And also state mandate and state, terrorism is legal, so guess what you're going to do? Probably be a terrorist. Very basic attribute. You got some basic attributes. One of the most important thing to know you got to know about is units. This is the most bizarre fucking mechanic you will learn in this game. This is the most important, bizarre, horrifying thing you will learn is the idea of units. Now, units mean nothing by themselves. However, every single thing is actually measured as a unit. Every single thing. If you are 0 unit, you have 0 units in something, that technically means you weigh 100 pounds, move 10, or it's 10 feet, it's 4 seconds, or half a cubic foot. Half a cubic foot. Actually, no, that's just 50 cubic feet. Or 50 cubic feet. Or roughly a paragraph worth of information. You want to have 10 units in something? About 1,000 pounds, 100 feet, 40 seconds, 500 cubic feet, or a little over 1,000 words worth of information. Wait, are those not numbers? Fuck, it's ascendant autism. The thing is, you will encounter throughout this book, and I will say this, you should try to find, I will give you this, I will upload this book for everyone to get, because it's that important to me. One thing here is that throughout the book, it will be like, oh, well, you have 5 units. And 5 units is twice as much as 2 units. That's all you need to know. Everything that is 3 or higher is double. This is catastrophically fucking weird. And you may say, what do you mean, Notepad? What do you mean that it's catastrophically weird? There is seemingly arbitrary. And you're kind of looking at a lot of these things. It is very difficult to understand some of these things because I want to make a guess. How long do you think is a day? How many units do you think a day is? 1 day, 24 hours. How long do you think it is? Let's make a guess. Doesn't matter what it is. It can be anything you can think of. 64 kilobyte memory. Not quite. Nope. 15. Nope. 20. Nope. Come on, one more. Give me a good one. Give me a good answer. Come on. 200. Nope, not quite. All right. Sorry, everybody. A day is technically 44 units. A month is 59. A year is 70. You may be saying, Notepad, that makes no fucking sense. And the answer is, yeah, I know. Because for some unholy reason, remember, 3 is double. 1 second to 3 seconds is technically a difference, but it's astronomical how fucking weird this game is. And it's bizarre, and it doesn't make sense. And you look at it, it's like, oh, it's 20. Oh, it's 20. It's 20 units is 6 minutes. What? Ah, you don't understand. 23 units is 12 minutes, obviously. Or 2 hours is 33 units. Why negatives? Because oh, that's the worst part. It sometimes is, Rattle. It sometimes is. Other times it's not. Sometimes it is. It's very arbitrary. But you'll get weird things, like you have to sleep for 8 hours. Alright, easy enough to understand. But remember, it's not going to tell you what 8 hours is. 8 hours, if you must know, is roughly, if I remember correctly, it would be 39... I think it's 41 hours. I think it's 40 or 41 units is 8 hours of sleep. Because all it will tell you is oh, you have to sleep 42 hours. You have to sleep 40 units. That's all it'll tell you, 40 units. And you're like, that makes no sense. Like, why? Why would you ever say that? And you gotta remember, this isn't like, oh, how much information. This is how much information is condensed. A paragraph of information is 0 units of information. Yeah, it's incredibly alien. Yeah, it's like, oh, well, range of values. Anything between 201 and 250 is 4 units. What? And they're so important that they actually give you some things like down here to actually explain it. Like, oh, well, make sure you do the math. Make sure you learn how to do the math. Like, yeah, practice with units. Because at first, when it comes to like distances, I got really confused because it was, oh, it's 369 is my movement speed. Like 369 feet, that doesn't make any sense. No, it was 20, 40, and 80 feet. That was my movement speed. It's bafflingly strange at sometimes, and I was like, what the fuck are you smoking, game? It is... This is probably one of the things that will turn off many people. It's not complicated once you start knowing it. Once you start understanding it, it's like, okay, this isn't bad. But getting there is kind of a task. Let's just say that. Of course, we're going to bring in Marty Walkers. Of course, Jack Slammer, as we must know. Yeah, Jack Slammer is our hero. Again, this isn't a very complicated game at the end of the day, but let's keep going. Units of speed, lifting. What is strength 25? Because you gotta think, strength 13. I have 13 units of strength. I can lift a ton. I can lift 1 ton over my head. Hey, I've got an aura of 4. Roughly there, I've got 4 units of aura. That's what it means. That's where things start getting weird, and they start having to like, oh, well, we want to improvise here and stuff. At the end of the day, everything is a opposed challenge. What you're going to do for most text is you're going to take 2d10 and roll against and add whatever your modifiers are versus their 2d10 plus whatever their modifiers are. That's all it is. It's a little bit odd, and anytime you roll dubs, you add them together. You pretty much, they explode with dubs. So, at the end of the day, this is one thing you need to learn as well. So let's say I've got dice out here a little bit. Let's say I've got a plus. Let's say I got a +8, and you've got a +9. I'm gonna roll for me. I rolled a 10. My final result is an 18. All right, let's see what you roll. You roll an 8. So since you rolled right, you rolled a 17. I would have scored a D success. If you rolled a 12, I would have got, with 6 difference, I would have rolled a C success. If you managed to roll on 2d10 an 11 and I rolled a 28, I would have gotten an A success because I'm 17 over. This is very important. And no, it makes no fucking sense. You want the cowboy? Yeah, I mean, what? Pump that iron. He's in great shape, but oral tech should lay off the estrogen. Yeah, now this is important. Quite literally, there is a drink called estrogen marketed to poor people, which they lace with estrogen to make people more docile. That is an actual thing in this book, by the way. Underground will never be made again in the 21st century. I want you to know this. Yeah, of course we've got a Tasty. You gotta remember, Tasty Ghoul's cannibalism. She's eating people. Yeah, no, it's Tasty Ghoul's eating people. Let's just remember that. Again, anytime you're rolling against a problem that's like difficult or like something that was static that doesn't have stats itself, you're instead adding a difficulty chart here. Technically, a superhuman feat is just 2d10 plus 30. That's all it is. I'm gonna bash my mic a few times. Or tricky is 2d10 plus 2 or plus 4 or whatever. That's really all it is. Everything is an opposed roll. It's a little bit odd, but it works. Let's see. You do technically have karma points. They don't talk about karma points often. It's a little odd why they don't talk about karma points very much. All you need to know is that you spend karma to change successes into failures or increase the success one step. You literally do not need to worry about karma points ever, though. You get karma every now and again, but not very often. So, you have the idea of enhancements. And, of course, we go into Slumberland. Now, again, if you don't go to Slumberland, you get schizophrenia and/or Parkinson's disease. Now, every single other, group of, super soldiers go through slightly different ones. In the Far East, they convince you that you're actually bonding with an ancient spirit that lets you use things. In the European common market, they force you to watch Wagner, Nietzsche, and Hitler to imbue subjects with sense of superiority and purpose. You literally have to go on, to give you an idea, here is you have to listen to literally 14 months worth of Hyperborea edit. That is, no, they're run by Scientologists. You gotta remember that. Scientologists, very different. Be all that you can be. This is you, effectively. This is what I mean by you're a superhero. And you do think that you are living this life. And congratulations, you get kicked out and you're alive. Then you, try and true recruiting methods. You get 70, right here. High school guidance counselor. Potential soldiers, both men and women, are generally recruited between 16 to 18 years old. Once recruit enlistment poster, genetic engineer design enhanced program for each of them. Look at the corporation's need as well as subject's physical capabilities. These are our conflict firms. AMI is the biggest one. They're located in Philly, God's hated land. You have Transworld Devastation from Bethesda. I decided to be from Disposable Heroes. We're a DHI man. We're from the DHI Pathfinders. We ended up going up to officers. And of course, there's also Simmons Global Management. All they want to do, you receive a code name and special uniform. Literally, you get a superhero name and a uniform to literally say that you're a super cool guy and everyone likes you. You're not a weird dude, you're totally a normal person. And you should totally run around in your super cool outfit and use your code names because that makes you more heroic. These are your costume identities. Yep, you serve for 4 to 6 years, and that's it. And then you come back, and congratulations, you're a barely functioning human being. The government does force you to live in California, though. kind of want you to play as AMI. I went with the Pathfinders because I thought they were funny, mostly because they're all boosted supremacists. Because I thought it was funny. Yeah, welcome to the head of Veterans Affairs. Yeah, you could technically do job placement things, and they want to like bring you back like into normal things. You can even apply for a GI Bill, except this is what your GI fucking looks like. Yeah, and if you haven't noticed, there's a little bit of Veterans Affairs and things. Even if you want to apply for a GI Bill, you have to roll a 17 or higher on a 2d10, and normally you won't get it. It's hard. So you live in, effectively, the ghettos of California. You live in the Fair Housing Act. Literally, it's a rent-free commie block in the middle of LA. It's a 10 by 18 studio. Yep. Yeah, technically you can apply for a loan, maybe, but it's incredibly difficult unless you're part of the TW4, which it only is now a -15. Nobody likes them. Everyone hates them. Now, Jack Slammer, Marty Walker here, or Jack Slammer. To give you an idea why no one likes him, he's 9 feet tall. He's a 9-foot tall, 500-pound man who is on the verge of homicidal mania and has no light behind his eyes. Literally because he thinks he's a superhero. He doesn't understand anything, really. He may be saying, Notepad, why is that the case? He got a severe brain injury. That's the problem. Yeah, you can get welfare benefits for about $2,800 every 2 weeks. You get coupons and special offers. They literally are trying to outsource your welfare to other companies. Homicidal. I was writing really fast for this one. Yeah, it's a campaign, creating campaign, characters isn't too difficult. This is a little bit odd. You literally need to allocate funds to your recruiting, genetic design, genetic surgery, and reconditioning. You need to get a lot of money to dump into actually how many points you get to make a character. So to give you an idea, I did this. This was my setup. Recruiting, genetic design, genetic surgery, and reconditioning. These were all of my options that you get. So there's some, sometimes you can't spend everything, but generally speaking. Now, yeah, you'll kind of see Hurricane Andrew. You get some traits, you get some codes, limiting codes. The more codes and limiting factors you put on, pretty much more things that define who you are, the more recruitment points you get for actually better skills and abilities and things. To kind of give you an idea, Marty here, Marty is heroic to a fault. He actually believes he's a superhero. To a kind of an issue. He does actually believe that he is a superhero and people are leading him along, claiming that he's doing the right thing as a superhero. He doesn't really understand anything else. He's looking for crime. He doesn't quite understand what crime is, but he knows that crime is bad. And so when someone says they're committing crime, he's like, okay, that's crime, and then he shoots them with a gun. With a 20mm gun, by the way. He does believe that he's a comic book superhero, and he lives by all those credos. And like, the only good crook is a crook behind bars. He doesn't understand when he kills people. He doesn't quite get that. He understands that criminals should go to jail, but nothing more really beyond that. He doesn't understand that when you shoot them with a 20mm gun in the head and their head explodes, that they're not technically going to get up later. He doesn't quite understand that. Yeah, Marty's got some issues. Sigmata, the signal is on special offer, homicide. Yeah, got some, have no fear. You know, kind of like this is your benchmark, yeah. It's, goodbye, cruel, an artificial brain malfunction prompts Mr. Murder to bow out of the rat race. And this is how you buy your initial attributes. Your initial attributes are really important. You can increase all of these up a lot. This is also a trap. Understand that right away. I have 1 intelligence. I'm fucking stupid. But that's what happens when you take a brain injury. I'm also very easily led around to do things. As long as you can convince the hulking 9-foot-tall death machine that he's doing the right thing and he is in fact a hero, he's like, yeah, okay. I'm a hero. I do hero things. Yay! And people seem to like him. To give you an idea, 6 is peak human performance. Yeah, 6 is like peak human performance. Just to give you an idea of how Jack Slammer is a little bit higher on that metric for a lot of things. Yeah, this is like, oh yeah, this is my initial purchasing power. You do get a lot of points to kind of play around with, but they do go away very quickly. When it comes to skills, you don't get many skills. Each skill costs 5. You get a governing attribute, and then you have to buy additions to it. As you kind of see here, you can specialize. If you specialize, you don't apply it anywhere else anymore. You just apply it to whatever that is. Jack Slammer is... Jack is adding plus 13 anytime he's trying to dodge something. On the other hand, as an artist, he is actually a visual art. He likes painting. He adds a plus 8 anytime he's trying to paint something. Because that's what he kind of understands. Doesn't quite get why, but he likes drawing. Might be with crayons, but hey. 11 dice for, 11 plus 11 for gun combat, weaponry's melee combat, and he can drive. He's probably the better driver here. As you can kind of see our abilities here. And so, this is the enhancement program. The idea is that you are going to go to the enhancement round and you have to buy all of these things. 9 units, boosted speed, boosted resilience. These are what I ended up boosting myself with. Did I have that in here? I don't think I did. These were my boosts. I choose to become stronger, more resilient, and my dex. And I was like, I'm going to be fast, strong, and shoot hard. There's a reason why electric discharge is here. Because, yeah, he can effectively rub his hands together really far, put his hands out, and blow you away with a lightning bolt. He also has claws. Yeah, he has battle claws. Which, technically is not as good as his just punching you to death. Because his punching you to death has a higher pen, but he's allowed to actually kill you faster. But yeah, then you have to do surgery. Yes, you know those funds you allocated? You have to do surgery. If you fuck up the surgery, your actual installed genetics might be worse off than if you didn't. But after that, good news, bad news, you have to do reconditioning with the skill of your counselor, which is going to modify your stress rating. Marty died actually in his original creation. Marty died because Marty had a tolerance of 0. That means he went insane. He went completely ballistic. Because he didn't. I rolled really poorly on this, and my counselor wasn't very good, so I lost a lot of things. To give you an idea, Marty is always on the verge of fucking killing everybody. He is writing that. He is effectively undergoing cyberpsychosis. That's the best way to think about it. Yeah, you are on a permanent cyberpsychosis. You can do this as an optional. I would suggest doing this though. A little bit weirdly laid out. But But yeah, I ended up getting a bunch of promotions and a bunch of decorations. Marty is actually incredibly well decorated. He got a bunch of medal valor medals. He had 4 promotions. He has 3 horrifying traumatic flashbacks he doesn't quite understand, and he's got his best friend, Tony Maserati. Yeah, Tony Maserati. You know, he's got his best friend, Flash Justice. Flash Justice works as a 9 to 5 right now. He works as a 9 to 5 in the corporate sphere, making sure all these guys work. He keeps his friend employed because he knows his friend literally cannot take care of himself. Because Marty Walker died somewhere in Peru. We don't know where, but Marty Walker didn't come out. Jack Slammer did, though. And he does believe he's Jack Slammer. He believes he's a superhero. And he doesn't understand anything else. Because he's got 1 int. And remember, he is 9 feet tall and 500 pounds. This man cannot exist anywhere else. Yeah, flashbacks is, he's got PTSD from things. Whenever he comes in contact with the chosen circumstance, he re-experiences the event and takes a stress point. Yeah, if something bad happens, he might go ballistic and start trying to kill everybody. He is always on the verge of going insane. Technically, you can choose an archetype, create a background, and finish the character with everything. Here's all your potency charts. This is fucking awful. It makes a little bit more sense later. There we go. I'm gonna give you an idea of, like, it made a lot more sense of, like, how things were. Like, oh, here's your stresses and things like that. I'm a vigilante. You're political hardcore. You don't get paid much. Now, I made Marty a spokesperson because he just didn't understand. Always remember, and remember, citizens, this arrest was brought to you by the fine folks at your neighborhood Tasty Ghoul. Are you a people person? You get paid 50 grand a month for being a corporate superhero. And of course, you can be a primitive. You also could be a nihilist. Yes, you are a... remember, the objective way to deal with nihilists is to kill them. Or a cyber celeb, or a criminal. You're just a crook. Or you can be the bureaucrat. You work for the government. The best of combat. Tonight, Fahrenheit 666, roasting spies at Azerbaijan. Members of the Young Ground, decimated Department of Agriculture building in Washington. More footage from the Lunar riots. Recommended for Brain Models XM77 entire LF series. Closed caption for the hearing impaired. Yep. So, you can do unskilled use. If you do very few things you can do unskilled use with, you don't have it, you're going to have a lot of problems with it. Specialization, you get a +1. It's good. Always use it. So, acrobatics. Most of these are pretty, most of the actual skills are pretty simple. Also, the LA Peace Forces tried to break up a periodic clash between male and female supremacists on the Sunset Strip. There's a lot going on in this image. Yeah, generally speaking, pick up gun combat or like melee combat or anything like that. Even martial arts is a little weird because you effectively with martial arts that you sub out your martial arts stat for your dex stat when you're making hand-to-hand combat. It's a little bit odd there. Here's LAX. Because again, we have to set everything in LA because God is dead. Yeah, it's... So, Chapter 7. Time for your enhancements. Most enhancements, I'm going to explain this the best I can. These are our basic enhancements. So, boosted strength. It costs 5 5 points to buy it. Easy enough to understand. You can then buy more of it for more. That's all you gotta do. You gotta buy it. You buy it for 5, and then you can increase it by 1. For 1. It's pretty cheap, all things considering. It's very easy to buy these things. The more you buy it, the higher it increases. The higher it increases, the better you are off. As you can kind of see here, I bought quite a bit of strength. I'm a big, strong man. I have 13 strength. I bought everything here, and I have a 22 rating because I rolled really well on my genetic surgery. Now, here's the thing. You're going to get stress. The more stress you have, the more your body does not like whatever you're getting. And the higher your unit rating is, the more stress you get. If you're lucky and your counselor lets you mitigate that stress, awesome, more power to you. You probably won't, though. So, because I'm super boosted, because I got a bunch of boosted strengths, I'm on the verge of having a catastrophic meltdown at any time. This is bad. If this ever reaches above 10, you are effectively useless, because you go insane. Ta-da! Yeah, technically, if you have really high speed, above speed 8, anything above 6 speed, you physically start seeing the world in slow motion. Here's the strength and resistance. I'm 9 feet tall, just barely. Yeah. Then we get some of our powers here. Kind of see here, you want to buy it, and then you can increase it with some enhancement points, adrenal surges, and this is where your superpowers kind of come in, if that makes sense. Hey, I am a chameleon. Hey, I have a chitin around me. I have battle claws. I have cold immunity. Control, you have danger senses. They kind of tell you like, oh, hey, like where is your ability to do things? If you get a limitation, you pay less, because this is where that potency comes in. This is a really weird system that I don't much care for, but it's the only way to really explain it. We're going to go all the way back up top to explain how potent the fucking potency chart works. So, let's go down to potency. There's the potency chart. Give me the potency chart. There's the potency chart. Give me the potency chart. So, go down here. There we go. The potency chart. So, if I have potency 2, I didn't see potency 2, that means I have to pay more to get up to a higher rank. This is how many enhancement points it actually is. Because if something is, let's say, I wanted to have 3 units at potency 2, that would cost me 5. If I want to have 20 units at potency 2, that would cost me 48. It's a lot. That's how it works, though. It's a little bit of a weird thing, and you'll notice that a lot when it comes to, if you are sorting the shit like this out, you will notice that a lot. Because what'll happen is you'll slowly begin realizing that, hey, wait a second, all of this requires about 15 fucking charts to make sure it works. And yeah, of course, here is War is over. A pair of boosted vets in Times Square on SP Day. Stalemate in Paragon. Yeah, it was, congratulations. Yeah, we had a stalemate. This is all our superheroes. This is what I mean. Like, this is a supers game in a really fucked up, it's a supers game in a very convoluted fashion. Because, yep, you can become one. And because I have homicidal mania, yeah, they want to kill things. little chlorazepine. Melancholia, multiple personality disorder. Hey, here's some death bots. Yeah, also, feedback trauma in action. Daddy War Crimes is in action. Yes, that is his name, is Daddy War Crimes. It's great. Effectiveness and anti-stress drugs. Yeah, you don't actually know if your anti-stress drugs will work. In a world of superheroes, they somehow got a stalemate in Paraguay. Yeah, because everyone else threw their own superheroes into it. That was literally what happened, is everyone deployed their own superheroes and nobody won. Everyone's like, yay, we did it. We survived the war and nothing good happened. Yeah, it's, you don't usually get a lot of stress. Any stress is bad, by the way. In an anxiety-filled setting, Los Angeles. Yeah, no, it's effectively Marty here. Jack Slammer here has to take his medication literally daily to even maintain a vague sense of sanity, vague sense of sanity. Just think what might have happened in Dallas in '63 if JFK could have returned fire. National Assault Rifles Association. So, basics of combat. You make a, first things first. You make an attack. Do you hit? Yes. Then you make how much damage you inflict. That's it. Add D10, add your speed. That's it. This is not really a difficult game. You technically get 2 actions, but it's more like you get a action and a free action, and like a side action. So it's like, hey, I want to draw my gun and fire it. Auto challenge. I want to run across the street and punch a cop. Auto challenge. Fire a gun. Shout a message. Challenge. Fine. You cannot do 2 challenges or 2 auto actions. Well, you can do 2 auto actions. Movement, evasion. Anytime you need to make an evasion, you are effectively making it a stronger opposed roll at. You are burning your turn to say, I am going to dodge. Single to evade and conduct an attack the same turn. You go to the evasion bar from attacking during her turn. Yeah, effectively it's saying, I am going to actively attempt to, dodge you. That is my goal. I want to increase my ability to not get killed. So, to hit. Using a gun, you melee, you punching people, easy enough to understand. So, effectively, I can use his rating and dodge rating as the difficulty of any shot aimed at him. That is effectively what I could do if I'm getting shot at. I can say, cool, I'm going to use my dodge rating. I have 13 dodge rating. Dodge me. Hit me. Hit me. I roll 2d10 plus 13. Hit me. Yeah, I'm pretty good. However, I'm not very good at martial arts. So getting punched is very easy. From getting hit and punched is pretty easy. Yeah. Oh, God damn it. Now I'm mad. Scavenger Jack. Yep. Penetrate. And then we do the penetration challenge. Yes, you make a second roll to see if you pen or not. This is against your armor or your resilience. Effectively, what they need to do, for example, let's say I am going to hit you with my beatdown. I have to roll my dex. I do 13 penetrate damage. You have resilience 11 plus 4. I would roll. You got a 10. I got a 6. So I would not pen your armor. Well, let's say I did pen your armor. This is your actual damage. Everything is wound related. You have, we go up here. The best thing to understand is you have a light, medium, heavy wound. Those are your 3 wounds. All you end up with. If I roll damage and I hit you with a B rank, I would do a light wound, a medium wound, a light wound, or a medium. Depending on whatever I hit you with. Damage is, you're not going to take a lot of damage, and the goal is like you are taking no damage, because you effectively get 2 chances to mitigate damage. The Delinquinaut. But yeah, getting hit with anything is really bad. Yeah, you get shot once and you are on the ground and bleeding. So don't get shot. Even down to the fact that you can't shoot a gun more than once every other turn. Oh god, there's a bunch of little weird rules sometimes, and alt shot, minimum strength. Depending on how strong you are, your hand-to-hand combat technically changes. Because I have an 18, my hand-to-hand combat can inflict medium wounds. And I can KO you pretty easily, actually. Most damage is broken down to a couple different ones. Let me see if light wound, medium wound, heavy wound, and incapped. Heavy wounds are at +3 difficulty. Whatever you're doing, they add a +3. Hey, are you incapped? You're on your ass. Hey, you're stunned? Technically, you have to make a check, you make a resist check, or for the next 2 turns, you can't do anything. Knocked out, make a check, difficulty 3. If you stand up fine, cool, you're fine. If not, you are unconscious. Knockouts are pretty common, actually. Peen. Medical attention. Pretty much anything can bring you up to a more explosive demise. It's very easy to die. Let's see, jogging. This is, if you really want to know what the basic is, right here. Various items. It's, you kind of see, like, you can buy a katana with this game as God intended. You may be thinking, hey, why would you not want, can I buy a katana? Yes, you can buy a katana, and it's perfectly legitimate. Because why wouldn't you want to make a katana? Hey, I want to buy a gun. Why don't you buy a 25mm Urban Nightmare EP425? Yeah, because it has 15 pen. Of course, I invested in the 25mm Urban Nightmare. Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? It's a 25mm bullet. I shoot you and you explode. And I got a pretty decent chance of just incapacitating you, just killing you. I'm okay with that. And that's every gun. By the way, that is every single gun. Pistol anyway. These are all the rifles. All the heavy weapons. There are not a lot of equipment in this game. I think that was kind of a weird choice. I don't know why they chose to put in very little equipment, relatively speaking. Also, Edward decided the commercially available firearms. Yeah, he has to inject soda into himself. The old ally may have optical tracker with newfangled combat goggles. Of course, throw away olive drab, tomatoes colored 20s. Accessorize. Here, this single well-placed accessory. In this case, a snap-type grenade. Alter your image. Whirling Blade ADS. Yeah. Of course, you got your various punk busters. I could have probably bought a punk buster, but I chose not to. Got some basic gear here. You gotta choose. Hey, you gotta run Pueblo Sniper, of course. You're not running Pueblo Sniper. Of course, you gotta run that. Various other skill softs. Pure peripherals. Hey, there's also robots. You can just buy a Golem bot. Golem bots beat the shit out of you. Because of course they do. Combat goggles, cops, boosted juicers. Then we got some basic enemies. Be prepared, create story outlines, kind of basic stuff at the end of it. This is kind of the GM section. Here's the thing. Is Underground interesting? Yes, Underground's actually really interesting. The thing with Underground is that you are playing... Ooh. The thing with Underground is that you are playing effectively you're playing Blood Pouch completely unironically. Because Blood Pouch is a game with like 4 rules in it, and it's like, haha, funny. This is Blood Pouch, but completely dead serious. And it works. And I like Underground. It's not a complicated game in the slightest, actually. Game looks really big. It's not. Rules are very easy. 2d10 versus 2d10. Roll. I think like one of the major issues with Underground is that there is so much lore in here, is that if you do not like that lore right off the bat, you're not going... The entire rest of the game doesn't really work anywhere else. There's a lot of opportunities to be like, yep, your character just sucks, haha, hee hee, hoo hoo. Because guess what? You just made bad choices, or you just didn't get what you wanted. You kind of got to double down on the ideas, and you got to double down on those concepts. You're just playing the Punisher. It's not even necessarily you're playing the Punisher. You are playing a bunch of The best way to think about this game is you are playing a bunch of Vietnam veterans returning from the worst war imaginable, and you're also a bunch of MK Ultra Supermen. Go. Is it a superhero game? Yes, in like the most generous terms possible, it is. If you don't want the most generous terms possible, it's probably a better cyberpunk game than anything. It's a very specific game. It's the year is 1998 and the future is dead, kind of thing. More cyberpunk than cyberpunk. And so, the thing is, the fact that there was very little cybernetics. That's one thing you got to remember. There are very few cybernetics. Because you may be looking at this being like, oh, what do you mean he's totally chromed out? No, he's wearing all this shit. This is the shit he's wearing. He's flesh and bone under all of this. He doesn't have that much actual, like, prosthetics or anything. Everything's genetic. And, like, yeah, it looks cool. I think you need the expansions to really make this book, like, really make it work, because this adds more stuff. Because this is a game that needs stuff. Let me see who they are. Okay, it's Geoff Darrow. Let's bring up Geoff Darrow. There we go. This is Jeff. He did the art. He did the cover art anyway. He used to do some old Hellboy stuff. He does have a very specific style to it, and you need to have that very specific style to make a game like this work properly. Where was the, let's see. Yeah, if you were to look at here, you can probably find all the other ones just slowly and steadily. Like, anything that Geoff Darrow does really does sell the look. I like that. That's the kind of the best part. All right, so let me get rid of you. Oh, so our final game. Yes, we have finally reached the end of our adventures together, everyone. I know it's been a while. We've been doing this for almost 6 hours now because because there's never something easy for me. I always have to go very long, long-winded explanations. That's half the fun, right? Say hello to Prowlers and Paragons. Yes, Prowlers and Paragons. Game that everyone was telling me that I should totally go over right now. Let me see. Did I get... there we go. Right, it's the updated version. Is that the updated version? Yes. So, Prowlers and Paragons. What is this game? Prowlers and Paragons is a game about, well, it's superhero stuff. Now, this one's a little bit odd because of the people who invested in it. The game itself is not too complicated. It's a D6 game. However, this is where things start getting a little bit odd. And of course, we are going to be using the most benevolent hero available. We're going to be using the Crimson Crow. Me. The Crimson Crow being the edgiest man alive. We look here, Leonard A. Pimentel, Sean Patrick Fannin. Sean Patrick Fannin, that name sounds really familiar. So, if we go over here, we go here. So, Prowlers and Paragons, if we go to Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition, it's published by Mobius World. You may be saying, what's Mobius World Publishing? I've never heard of them before. They publish just stuff. All products, Prowlers and Paragons, 20th Century Problems, Hero System stuff, more seemingly Blood and Justice, Savage Worlds, seemingly random shit they published. Seemingly random. I'm like, alright, I mean, there's got to be some explanation for it. I mean, you just want to bring more things out. See, it's all we do. We just publish things, Lamau. I mean, who's our authors? I mean, Bill Keys, Pimentel. Yeah, this is the main writer of Prowlers and Paragons. Right here. It does get a little bit odd that they seem to just, I don't know, like we seem to be missing someone here. What's going on? Or we're missing someone. Well, this is where things start getting a little bit weird. That other person, Sean Patrick Fannin. Sean Patrick Fannin is a role-playing game designer. Best known for his work on the Savage Worlds game, Shintar, conversion of the classic game Riffs. He's been doing a lot of things. Worked on Champions, he worked on Shatter Zone, Star Wars, West End WEG Star Wars, quite a few different things. Hey, he was a marketing communicator for TTRPG. Ooh, oh my. Then he started his own game company, Evil Beagle Games. Evil Beagle Games is dead. Where did Evil Beagle Games go? Oh, well, that's a little bit odd. They went away. Evil Beagle Games isn't there anymore. Evil Beagle Games is dead. One of the weird things is, like, they don't bring up anything here. You're like, wonder what happened here. Like, what am I beating around the bush here about? What am I actually, like, trying to avoid saying? Well, what happened was accused by multiple women sexual harassment. This was back a couple years ago. This was a couple years ago at this point. Effectively, Sean got dinged. Legitimate, not legitimate, hard to tell. It's kind of an odd way. I didn't do my research into this. Anytime I see things like this, I usually don't bring it up because I'm not a fucking investigator when it comes to these things. I just hunt people down and find what they're doing. Where are you? He's working for ASM. I see. Yeah. We're sure the post office now, but started company 24th. That explains everything. But yeah, no, he got dinged, and suddenly Sean Patrick Fannin was no more. We don't see him anymore. We clap our hands and say, haha, he does not exist. He went away. Evil Beagle got sold to, not sold necessarily, but became part of Mobius World. Leonard here, Leonard A. Pimentel, is a little bit odd, but if you look into Leonard a little bit, you're like, he is actually Lakeside RPG. Lakeside Games RPG. We've talked about them briefly before. Prowlers and Paragons is technically his game by, yeah, technically with Sean at the, behind him, if that makes sense. And you kind of see here, Lakeside Games doesn't really pop up anywhere anymore because he doesn't own Lakeside. He doesn't technically own the Prowlers and Paragons, the full version, you could say. And any of these you see isn't actually Ultimate Edition. That's what you have to go to. Go to Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition. Prowlers and Paragon. You go to Prowlers and Paragon Ultimate. It's here. Ultimate Edition Quick Start. You kind of see there Leonard, and then we see Sean Patrick. This is owned by a completely different company because Sean Patrick Fannin's company went down the drain effectively, and they sold everything to Mobius Worlds. Yeah. Little bit convoluted of a story here, but Prowlers and Paragons is kind of a, well, relatively well known. It's just a company that doesn't, some people went away. They went to the forever box, and we don't talk about them anymore. They go away. You can still do, Prowlers and Paragons stuff. You can still find things pretty actively on the website, on, this, I should not say the Reddit, for example. But that's just kind of the nature of the beast. But, yeah. Kind of one of those things where he just went away, and, it's hard to tell how much did Sean write versus how much did Leonard write. I think Leonard wrote a lot of this. I think Sean probably put some things in, and that kind of... The thing is, Leonard did not publish it under his own company. They published it under Evil Beagle, which was Sean's company, not Leonard's company, which is that's where things started getting a little bit Things get It gets very weird. Yeah, there we go. I'm talking about like Savage Rifts and stuff. Sean Patrick Fannin. There we go. But what is this game ultimately? This is a superhero game. This is a superhero generic system. Nothing more really to say. Honest to God, there's not much more to say about Prowlers and Paragons outside saying that it is a supers game about being super. At its best, it's simple. At its worst, it's a little bit... How do I want to word this? You get the right group and this game would be fantastic. Get the wrong group and this game is going to be dog shit. Very narrative. And that's one thing you gotta kind of understand, that it's a very narrative game, and because it's a very narrative game, yeah, some people are going to really vibe with it, others of them won't vibe with it. There are a couple of alternate rules to make this good. It's a rules light game at the end of the day, very rules light. The most basic understanding of this game is D6 dice pool versus a threshold. So, do you get successes? Cool, you're doing fine. Every 2, 4 is worth 1 success. Every 6 is worth 2 successes. And what happens is... What happens is, do you beat the threshold? Let's say our threshold is 1. I roll my d6s. I say I roll my d6s. You think I would have prepared all of this shit, but I didn't because I'm dumb. So, I'll roll my fixes here. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 successes here. Let's say the difficulty was 1. I would have scored 3 or more. I get exclusive narrative control. Let's say disaster strikes and I roll terribly and things go wrong and I get no successes, 0 successes. Well, my opponent gets it, but you get a thing called embellishment. Effectively, the let's say, for example, Crimson Crow jumps over. Actually, let's just do jumping across rooftops. Jumping across rooftops. Complete success, kind of like complete success is jump successfully. Kind of embellishment, it's success, but is jump successfully. Jump successfully, but land hard. Failure, but biff the jump. Biff the jump, but land safely. Failure is just biff the jump. And it's all narrative. That's the big thing you got to understand. This is you and a player, or you, the GM, going back and forth with one another, indicating what this is. And that's that, really. I will say that this game is probably the best about being able to make this work. Because at the end of the day, you can make Batman and you can make Superman, and Batman and Superman actually feel like they work together in the same system. This is good and this is bad as well. There's a couple ideas with thresholds here. There's a rule later on which I like a lot more than this. That's my personal thing. I'm gonna kind of zoom through the basics here. At the end of the day, there's a couple different kinds of heroes. Heroes and villains are effectively the same thing, except villains don't get talents. Foes are like lesser characters. They're your lieutenants and stuff. Minions die in 1 hit, and they all have a threat. Hey, these are professional soldiers. They all get 4d threat. That's all they are going to be rolling. They're going to be 4d6. Oh, you got some extras here. What extras? Anyone that isn't that. Character creation, very easy to make a character. So, power level. The most basic power level is 125, and a trait cap is 12. 6 is kind of like the human average. Getting up to like high level or legendary tier, that's where things start getting really extreme. Standard's a good place to feel like you actually have a lot of toys to play with. Low level, if you want something a little bit, I wouldn't really go street level unless you have a really specific idea in mind. Like low level standard seems to be kind of like the sweet spot. High level is when you start getting into like the numbers start getting a little bit wonky. So you get all of your basic abilities here. So example, our basic abilities here: agility, intellect, might, perception, toughness, and willpower. Everything is unsurprisingly based off of dice. So these are our traits and our perks. This is the Crimson Crow. The Crimson Crow. He's not Batman. So here's our character. So we've got 5 agility, 6 intellect, 3 might, 5 perception, 3 toughness, and 6 willpower. He's a pretty above average guy. He's really smart though. This does not actually take too much. These skills do not take too much, relatively speaking. We got our powers, we got some of our perks. That's it. It is very, how do I want to word this? Very easy. Laws finishing up, so let me, so, abilities. Our abilities are letting out, pretty much let us do things. These are our main attributes. You could kind of think about it like that. Because we are we're a normal person. These are our ability ranks. This is who we are. This is what we have. Hey, your peak performance, or you get 6 points effectively. Most of the time, everyone is going to be human. The human average is 2, I believe. 2. So generally speaking, Crimson Crow, you can, even if you are a slightly above cap, you can max out these relatively. See, it's let me see, 6 times 6. That would be using the power of math. 36. It takes 36 points to completely max yourself out to be like the perfect human. If you're playing like Superman, you might want to increase some of these because you're fucking Superman. But that's kind of the point, is you are Superman, not Batman. That's why I said, like, hey, I'm a little bit stronger, I'm a little bit tougher, but I'm not super strong or super tough. I'm super smart, I have super willpower, I'm kind of fast, but I'm not like, I'm not super in any way. Toughness, you got your willpower, then your talents. There aren't many talents. These are effectively your skills. Something to kind of understand. These are your skills. By default, everyone has 2D, but you still have to pay for those 2D. So it might seem like, oh, well, that seems like a lot. It's not really. It's because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Well, you get, effectively, it costs 24 points to be a regular human being. A regular adult human being. However, as you can kind of see, you master shit at 6. I, of course, am a literally like beyond master at I'm an extremely intelligent person. I'm extremely covert. I'm like probably one of the best detectives in the world, and I am extremely well versed in business and technology. I'm one of the best people around. But is Superman? You consider Superman to be hyper intelligent? Not really. He's very charming. He'd probably have a 6 or 7 in charm. Is he really good at like picking locks? No, he might even have a 1 in covert, because that's not who Superman is. Superman a really good investigator? Well, he's a journalist, so he might have a 5. Might have a 4 or 5 in there. Oh well, professional, he's not really that professional. Maybe a 3 because he helps his farm, because he helps the Kent farm out. Science, 2, he knows enough. Streetwise, maybe 4 even, because he's got to know the criminals and stuff. Tech, 2. Vehicles, 2. He knows how to drive a car. You see the difference there. Your Batmans are going to have really high skills, and they're going to be really good in that regard. Your Supermans are going to have less those and more powers. You can always increase these. Getting new powers is a lot more complicated. But that's the point. And I like that aspect about this game. Some of these are pretty basic when it comes to most of them. Now, there's a lot of powers, but the powers are also very, the powers are less powers in some regards, and more like you have the ability to do things. Like, you can justify some powers. Not even like, oh, Batman doesn't have any superpowers. Yeah, but some of them are like, oh, I can fight while blind, or like I've polyglot, like I'm a polyglot. I know martial arts. It's lightning reflexes. It's things that, like, if you're not supernatural inherently in doing it, you can just justify being like, it's cool powers. Most of these you can flavor in a lot of different ways. Hey, create this form as a separate hero. See below. Your alternate form can be any power level, but not higher than yours. Your standard hero, your other form can be street level, low level, or standard. When creating alternate forms, you must give them their own abilities, traits, and powers. Although some of these traits may share the same rank in multiple forms, your various forms may share perks and flaws. Yeah, I would say, like, if you want to make someone like Monster Girl from Invincible, If you want to make someone like Monster Girl, my thing there would be make a standard character take alternate form for a street level character. That would be the difference. And you hang around in your quote alternate form longer than you do in your actual transformed form. That's kind of the back and forth. You have animal control, animal empathy. Hey, you can animate things. Hey, you know, we got very basic abilities here. Cool. A lot of abilities to play around with. A lot of things that you can do. And you get some problems that are like, hey, you get cons, and you can edit the points by virtue of saying, hey, is it good? You can say, hey, I want to invest in 10 ranks of blast. Yeah, you can invest in 10 ranks of blast, but oh no, it only does some dual damage. You'll never kill anyone with your blasts. Cool. Hey, you represent a group of weapons. There's like weapon levels. You have the type of weapon to use the power. Oh, cool. This is neat. You know, it's like I do like the idea that you do have a lot of different abilities to play around with. And you have some like, oh, well, you're buff, you got a default rank. Hey, you bolster yourself, like, oh, buff up. Or hey, you got constructs, you got danger sense. You know, you got dark, oh, you can fill the space around you, darkness. Like, yeah, there's quite a few of them that you are able to kind of work with as super. Maybe you don't want to make it super, or you end up with things like duplication. Hey, you can duplicate yourself. Okay, you get multiple duplications. You want to play duplicate? That's how you do it. Probably not as useful as other characters, but you can play duplicate. Motion controlled snare. Some of them are, I would say, some of them are more useful than others. Some of them feel a lot more broken, and some of the numbers feel odd, because you got to remember, most of these are built off the same metric. That makes sense. Especially when you start thinking of like, oh, well, my energy form here is, you know, like, oh, I can turn into any kind of energy, but I might also go up here being like, oh, I have a force field, or I have, like, everything is based off the same level of power. So you might be thinking, oh, well, I want to do that, or like, oh, I want to do something really specific. Then you're like, okay, well, this is all based off the same powers, and people are going to naturally be drawn to abilities that are going to say, oh, hey, this is a lot more valuable because, like, oh, well, this gives me raw bonuses. And then you're like, someone will probably end up taking leadership eventually, because leadership is just good, even if they don't really feel like that's appropriate. On the other hand, it may be appropriate. There's always that idea of thematics versus it's thematics versus practicality. You may want to say, hey, I want to be thematic. I want to be really thematic. Because I want to be really thematic, I want to take powers that maybe aren't great, but it's thematically appropriate. Hey, I want to do that. Well, I want to do something really specific. Well, it may not be exactly what you want, especially when you start getting things like omni power, like where you can just mimic other powers. This is one of those ones that'd be like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. No. Where was the power absorption? Probably not. No. Yeah, a couple powers feel like they should be like GM only powers or put somewhere else. Because hey, of course I want this ability. This seems really, yeah, like maybe not. How about now? Others seem like really hyper specific, like speak with the dead. I'm like, Then you get distant world. Like, why would you ever give a player this? Like, stop that. Oh, I can teleport across worlds. Unless you're doing like a really... If something like Stargate comes up, it is a... The GM has made it a point that the campaign is taking place there, and then everyone's going... And that's your job, is to be the guy with Stargate. And it's still kind of weird. So. We are not playing Heroes, the TV show. It's... Yeah, you can play Heroes pretty easily on this. Alternatively, you can do this is probably the most adaptable out of all of these, by far. Summoning, stun, super senses, thermal vision, super speed. Look, everyone, super speed, telekinesis, swing line. Yeah, you want to have no fear. Do you want to play Spider-Man? We can totally play just Spider-Man. Yeah, but then you end up with, like, time stop or time travel. Why even offer time stop and time travel? Stop that. Total Recall. Transform! You want to make Ben 10 from the Omnitrix? You can totally do Ben 10. Only X. Yeah, it's just like, oh, hey, object forms, or hey, shape shifting. Alter chemical composition of your body. Have no fear. Yeah, you can just turn into other things and get different powers and abilities. I do like that. Hey, you can turn two-dimensional. Unfortunately, yeah, two-fisted. Yeah, variants, ventriloquism, wall crawling, of course. Each of them do also let you change how these abilities function. It's armor piercing now. Well, you burn out if you roll too much. Well, it's a carrier attack, because now it goes to other different abilities. Or hey, it's constant. Hey, it's close. Hey, it's contagious. Hey, it's delayed. Hey, it's exclusive. It's expansive. There's a lot of things you could do to really shift around and really edit those powers to make them feel a lot better. It does better than Enforcers in that regard, but Enforcers lets you be really hyper-specific about things. Yeah, these are our very basic ones. Hey, you have the fourth wall. It's very easy to get like a Fortress of Solitude, though. It is absurdly easy to get the Fortress of Solitude. Arguably too easy. Again, this is what I mean by, like, some of the valuations get weird. Because you burn a lot of power to get... How do I want it? You burn a lot of power to get something that may not feel very good. On the other hand, it's I can spend four... It's no, that's not... That's, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Cut me a break here. You can spend 6 points on one thing, or you can spend 6 points on the other. They are both equal in value. However, if you read the description, one feels a lot more valuable than the other, but because it's just, oh, well, it's slightly different. It's fine. There's a lot of GM oversight in this game, if that makes sense. A lot of GM oversight. You're not going to have that much health. Your resolve is odd. Yeah, various motivations, advancement. Generally speaking, you get hero points every 3 issues. You don't get many hero points, but you don't need to get it. And the more hero points you get, the more you can invest in things to increase it. Hey, every 3 issues, every 3 sessions, I can increase my intellect by 1, or increase my charm by 1, or other things like that. you get more hero points to increase your abilities. And you need to increase them as fast and as hard as possible. This is good. Hard trade caps, floating trade caps. Retcon heroes. Yep, retroactive continuity. Or they wish. Hey, here's random natures. What are you? You're an animal. You're this. You're that. You want to be just a random hero generator? I like random hero. So, very basic ideas. Here's the challenge rolls. Here's thresholds. Here's embellishment, scribing actions. I would use traditional results personally. It's much easier to understand. It gets across the idea rather than like, oh, well, here's embellishments or anything. All you really need, it's the same idea. It's just easier to get across rather than like having to do this weird negotiation dance with the GM and you in turn. Rather than having to do that, it's, hey, you rolled, you got 4 successes. Hey, you completely succeed. Hey, you got 0 successes. Well, you failed, but here's silver lining. Little things. And it's yes, rising number of successes, assisting people. The big thing is like contests are called exchange. Like you broke down to a number of exchanges. So let's say, for example, there are we are trying to solve we're trying to defuse the bomb. It might be a contest between me and the bomb, effectively. I need to, whoever wins the most amount of successes or failures is going to get their bonus. Ooh. Yeah, whoever gets to describe the overall outcome of the event. Defining moments. You do a defining moment, you actually end up losing some. You lose a little bit. It's anytime you do something huge, you get all your 6s explode, which is very good. As you'll keep rolling 6s, this counts to success. When resolve you spend on the challenge earns you 3 extra dice instead of 1. However, the thing is, you can do it once per story, kind of once per arc. However, if you do this, if your moment is, you have to reduce one of your stats by 1 because it's just that taxing on you. Touching thresholds, Prowlers and Paragons, combat. Combat's a little bit more detailed. A lot more detailed, in fact. One of the biggest things is edge. Seizing initiative. What you can do is that you can use edge to go first. That is pretty much just your bonus. You say, hey, I act in order of my edge, here's this. However, you would always burn resolve, because resolve is kind of like your bonus, like your good boy points, to act first. There are multiple actions. Normally everyone gets 1 action. I can swing a punch, before it goes to the next page or whatever. The idea is that, hey, I can take a penalty, -2, -4, -6, -8, and take multiple actions. But it's a penalty on everything. I could throw 2 punches, but I have -2 on all my actions, which is pretty bad. Crimson Crow, for example, may want to throw 2 punches, but he's only going to be rolling 4 martial arts instead of 6. On the other hand, he may be wanting to do something more, and that's 2 punches that he can do quickly. Hey, it's your range. There's only 3 ranges. I wish there's you can be a little bit more granular with this because it gets a little weird. Throwing ranges, movement. You have to take 2 actions to move, effectively. It's 2 actions to move, and that's really fucking weird. It's kind of a bizarre way of handling things. Anytime you're trying to defend, you have to defend with something else. So, I want to attack you. I'm going to punch you in the face. And you might say, okay, I'm going to punch you in the face. I'm going to use my awesome cool. Here's my D6. Damn it, work. God damn it. So I want to punch you in the face. That's 1, 2 successes. I got 2 successes on my sticks because I am God's silliest clown. You are going to roll your 5d6 when it comes to your agility, because you want to try to dodge me. And you rolled 1 success, because I am God's silliest clown. So I would have hit you for 1 damage. That's it. That is the absolute most basic way of thinking about things. If you are actively defending yourself, you are saying, I am dodging, I am moving, I'm moving around. If you are immobilized, unconscious, if you cannot actively defend yourself, you cannot use those. Most things are active, some things are passive. You can only use 1 defense. That's it. You can't take too much damage though, and that's okay. Grappling. Of course, there's a absurd amount of grappling rules. Combat stunts, minions in combat. Combat stunts are like, you're trying to outmaneuver people and outthink them. I like that. It's little things. Minions go down in 1 hit, and depending on how many hits you actually generate on them, you can deal with a lot of minions. Technically, if you throw a horde of civilians at Superman, Superman will lose. But I guess anyone would lose if you threw a bunch of fucking civilians at them. Area attacks, charge attacks. It's clobbering attack. Clobbering. Going all out, knockback. A lot of little things with this game that make it work. Gritty combat rules, not even, I wouldn't recommend using them. The thing with gritty combat rules is that, like, it just overcomplicates things. And I don't think it really adds much to it. Because when it's like, oh, it's wound penalties. Oh boy, wound penalties. I know that sounds fun. Resolve is your good boy points. Resolve is fine. See this though? I have a lot of... as you kind of see here, would end up with quite a lot because my cap is 12. My cap is 12, so I would end up actually... I would end up with 6. I would end up with 8 resolve, actually, because I am literally I'm just a normal guy in a world of Superman. Resolve is your counterpoint, if that makes sense, to Superman. Clark Kent can throw cars, Bruce Wayne can not. On the other hand, Bruce Wayne has a lot of resolve. And you can get more resolve by getting defeated in combat, by having some by your flaws coming up, by playing to your, having interludes, motivation, things like that. On the other hand, I want to assist you. I want to give you resolve. Hell yeah. I want extra dice on my checks. Cool. I want to, act first in combat, recover from defeat, knock a target backwards, luring a target to hitting someone or something other than you. And and if you think about it, how does Batman win the fights? He goes first. He throws shit at you. He does abilities. He knocks the target backwards into something. Or lucky breaks. Power stunts. But then enemies have adversity. Adversity is the GM currency that lets them challenge your flaws, hit you with some misfortunes. Really, it makes the end villains do villainous shit. And then that's really it. Equipment's pretty simple stuff. Like nothing in equipment is really detailed. It's like you kind of get equipment that is vaguely appropriate for you. Here are some weapon bonuses. But it should be what is appropriate rather than what is like necessary. And it even kind of says, like, why bother having a gun if you could shoot laser beams from your hands? It's not worth it. If I'm playing the Crimson Crow, I don't want a gun or anything. I want to have a bunch of abilities here that do stuff. I'm like, yeah, all right. Hey, what does my gear do? Well, here's all my gear. This is all the shit it does. Cool. What are my gadgets? Cool. There's a couple stock vehicles and, hey, do you want to make your very own, shield aircraft carrier that flies. Yeah, you can make your own shield craft carrier and just run around the world in your super cool Doom Fortress. Yeah, that's possible. A little weird, but okay. Hey, you wanna? But why would you? You have a fucking mech. Or hey, here's your base. Oh, you want to have a huge, massive super base that does a bajillion things? Yeah, it's relatively cheap to do this. It is very weirdly cheap to make a horrifying Fortress of Solitude that does everything very cheaply. Disaster results. There's a couple of odd cases every now and again. Friends and foes. One of the very few games in the world that do let me fight a camel. Don't know why I can fight a camel, but I can. Want to fight a Komodo dragon? Hell yeah. Fight a Komodo dragon if you want. You want to fight a pterodactyl? I guess. Finally, the only ability available which lets me play a squirrel. Want to play a squirrel? You can play a T-Rex, a Wolverine, a zebra. Kind of some basic abilities, kind of super ability, super cops or whatever. It's pretty easy stuff. Then they talk about, oh well, here are some heroes: the Alabama Slammer, Black Dragon, Blast Wave, Citizen Soldier, Combustion, Dark. Yeah, it's we were kind of making fun of some of these heroes. Sidearm, if you notice, sidearm. I want to hit this man with a hammer. He does have 22 edge, 7 health, only 5 resolve though. Because he has got telepathy. Shadow. It's Siren, it's Stronghold. You can find TK, Talon. Wow, I wonder who he is. I wonder who Talon is. There's Vector. Vector being the guy who has yes, as you all know, he can blink in and out of existence. Vigilant. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Yeah, Apex. Arclight. Yeah, there's a couple villains and heroes in here that are a little bit goofy. I'm kind of in though. I like them. Kind of like super villains and like how to make characters like that. Spotlighting. I like Prowlers and Paragons. I just blew through it a little bit, but it's not a very complicated game. You're so back, Squirrel Girl sisters. Do I like Prowlers and Paragons? Yeah, I do. I think it's it's probably the only game that for the superheroes anyway, that I went over, that very explicitly lets Batman and Superman exist in the same game and make it feel relatively natural. Batman has great skills and kind of limited abilities. Superman is flying around, blowing people's houses up with super duper strength. I like the idea that these are the same character, roughly in the same power level, that feel like they actually can work together relatively well. You do have a pretty steady advancement. I don't think going like super high level would be very good, because then you're dealing with like, oh, here's 12d6 or whatever, or like here's 18d6 for your powers or whatever. Ooh. Ow. But I think like the things that I like about it, that when it works, it's sometimes the costs feel a little bit, as I was kind of talking about, the costs feel a little bit Yeah, animated universe Superman better than comic Superman. Comic Superman is bullshit. He's always been bullshit. That's the point. It's, generally speaking, you can do a lot of things with this. I would recommend probably sitting down. This is a game that needs session 0 more than I think other games that we went over. It needs to have that, hey everybody, time to sit down and we're just going to hammer out exactly what we want. This is what I want. This is what you want. This is what we all want. But it's just kind of like, you got to really define things like that, just because of some of those weirder powers. And like, yeah, no, none of you guys are going to get 2 million points in base defenses or whatever. No. But generally speaking, superhero games aren't going anywhere. I think we'll see more every year. We'll probably we'll see superhero games all the time, because I think superheroes are universal. I think they always have been universal. I think the only thing I hope is that people focus down what they want, because superheroes are so broad. Superheroes are so magnetically huge that it's like you need to have a very strong focus point and say, this is what we want to do. This is exactly the plan. We are making a DCU, we are making a DC animated universe game where everything, it's like the original animated series where it's goofy adventures and fun times. Cool. This is what we're focusing on. Hey, we are making a dark and gritty edge fest comic, because like Underground had a very clear purpose, and you're like, oh well, it's not superhero like, but it was. I like that. I was okay with that. I'm good. Because it had a very unique flavor and had a very unique premise and a very unique grounding to everything. Then you get games like Enforcers, which really doesn't have that as well, where it's like, okay, this isn't really doing it for me. Or you end up with Codename Spandex, which really could have used something to kind of tie everything together a little bit more. But generally speaking, I think we had a pretty good case. I think we had a pretty solid case today. Kind of good games all around. I would say some of them are going. Most of them are going to get videos. For one reason or another, if anything. All right, let's do what we do best. Let's do what we do best, kings. Let's go to Kickstarter. All right. I mean, it's can't be bad, right? We've only got STLs, 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 STLs. Oh, Shanghai call. I like Shanghai though. Shanghai's a fun place. The island of Dr. Moreau. Right? 5e. 5e. I don't know what's sad. Like I really don't know what's worse. The fact that Kickstarter just doesn't give a shit about this. They're just like, yeah, no, this is just what it is. It's oh no, they got the naked variants. Didn't even look good. I don't know, it's the fact that it's there. or the fact that people have paid $377 for it. I don't know what's worse. I think both are pretty terrible, and I hate all of you. I hate every single one of you. All of us. All of us don't deserve to be happy. None of us deserve to be happy. Let's see. Alright, this could be fun. Fucking hate STLs. Man, I hate STL files. Yet again, I am asking fucking Kickstarter to give STLs their own little section. Please. Everybody wins if you just give them their own little section. Children of Morta, the board game. Transport Pod, Arkham Nightmare, Arcana. Oh. The Doggerland one. All human art edition of the storytelling game. Yeah, that was when they used a bunch of AI art, right? I have no more interest in it, motherfucker. You just didn't want to roll on it. You gambled and you knew it wasn't working. And it's everything is good until I use it. Everything is bad until I use it, then it's good. But everything is good until I stop using it. Okay, all right. Killing Chimera. All right, I'm in. I keep getting stuff about this one. The Darkness of the Brink of Ohio. People keep telling me about this game. I don't know why people keep telling me about this game. Let's see. Hello, wizard. I have a problem. 5e. 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 Modular mech building. Cool. Gallant game 5e. The alternative female head models. Ludic ball. Let's see. I love Kickstarter. Its stupid way of doing things now. Let's see. Let's see. Enclave. That seems kind of fun, guys. Steel City War Games terrain. Elvish style fantasy for using your games. Like, okay. Or a Dragon Oracle. Cool. And the worst part is that I know the fact that keep all the STLs here is that if they remove the STLs, there would be nothing in here. I know that, and it hurts me physically and emotionally. This is Prowlers and Paragons, actually. The U.S. Air Force Academy war game. Oh boy. Pen war game. Put your D&D mini, 3D mini. Pen war game. All right, I mean, it can't hurt to take a look at it. Peep spotting. Battle of the Seas. Ultimate kart racing. Ultimate kart racing. A kart racing tabletop game. Oh. Oh, do we have Kino on the menu? Adventure fighting fantasy. Oh yeah, the secret world for Savage Worlds. You know, the secret world. That I thought was getting a 5e adaptation, and then it did. Now we're getting a Savage World adaptation. Cool. Let's see. We'll keep going down here a little bit. AI 100% human board game. No, we are not going to click on that. Nothing good will happen if we click on that. Nope. Card game. Card game. Paracle. Paracle. Oh, that's... I remember Paracle. I remember not going over a video on it because he didn't give me a good answer for it. Okay, let's, the island of Dr. Moreau. Animal DNA. I see asymmetric tabletop. You're playing near omnipotent Dr. Moreau. A megalomaniac quest to sculpt the bodies, minds, The Island of Dr. Moreau. Set in 2005, this game takes inspiration from messy online form role-playing in the early 2000s. The transformative H.G. Wells titular novel, another capsule... What? The first Yaziva game! It's based off Yaziva! I mean, on one hand, I'm like, okay. Because, like, the big oh, they're all furries. Oh no, they're all furries. Like, the big thing, like, I even said that Yazibas is not a bad idea, and I think it could work. But Yazibas is currently the not a very good interpretation of what Yazibas wants to be. And I mean, shine on. It looks interesting. They're asking a lot of fucking money for this though. Mono A Mutant Motorcycle Mayhem. Oh, skirmish game. Nice. Wait a second. You just finished SmackDown. He literally finished SmackDown and he's like, I want to make this now. I mean, fucking shine on him. Shine on, Crazy Diamond. You are a hero we need, but not the one we deserve. Yeah, 13th Age, 2nd edition is coming out, which, I like 13th Age. I think 13th Age is good. They're doing some weird ways. Going to have to... I might go over 13th Age, because I never did a video on it. I never talked about it too much because it's interesting to talk about because it was a very particular game that came out after a very particular time, and I would like to go over it again. I think that would be fun. How much money have you made? 25 days to go. Current trajectory. We're looking at probably, I would say 400. That would be my guess. I'm room pink. Yaziba core. It doesn't need to be good, it needs to be interesting. The Devour Mutate Evolved, have to brutal one-of-a-kind combat-focused TRPG. Alright, I'm in. Alright, come on, kill something, become stronger. I like it. That's... Alright, Combat Core, Devour, Sentient Chimera born of the Kukai Ku... Alright, I'm in. What's the system? All right. I mean, what's the system? You're gonna tell me the system, right? It looks like to be a... Okay. Hmm. I'm interested because I like the ideas here. I will keep an eye on this one because it's an interesting premise. It might be a little bit too light for my taste, but Motherfucker, is this... What are we even doing here? What is this? This isn't... Let's see. Ah, a spiritual successor to Gamma World, the finest emulation of CRPGs like Wasteland and Fallout. Okay, what's the system? Tell me how to kill things. D20 roll under system. The AP system. Oh, it's OSR. Understandable. Dark Lord, Mart of Darkness. You are the bad guy. Big bad evil guy. Troop plates, ours magic except you're all villains. Alright, not a bad idea. Hopefully they don't lean... Games like this really need to lean into the fact that you are not the good guy, that you are fucking evil, and that's fine. What? Less than 60 pages, only 8 of those are game rules. Then why do you have 60 pages? That's my question. Why do you have 60 pages if none of them are game rules? Ultimate kart racing. Stop that. Secret Wolf for Savage Worlds. Savage Worlds. Atomic Age. Darklight Interactive. Be something good, right? D20 Fair. Paracle. Hello, Paracle. Did Paracle ever do anything? I'm actually genuinely curious. Because Paracle was over 1,000 sold on Kickstarter. Like, the thing with Paracle that bamboozled us more than anything, that I was actually genuinely concerned about. And they never actually... It's Morkborg! I should have said veto this game. No, why would I do that? It's much more funny. It's... The thing with Paracle that was interesting was that Paracle was a game that entirely relied on you opening the app and playing through it. There was no actual GM guide. You couldn't actually play the game without the computer. The game itself had some interesting ideas, but it was like this seems like a pretty major issue that you can only play the game online effectively. But you had to rely on the fucking app to do things. That's why I was like, oh, that's odd. Well, they're using AIR stuff now, I think. I mean, if you're gonna do it, you may as well do it. Yeah, because Paracle was... Yeah. Because everything was already established for you. That was the weird thing. Yeah, sprawling campaign. Yeah, it's like you couldn't make your own. That was the weird part. And I was like, alright. I mean, clearly they've got people who like Paracle, but... I couldn't really... I actually talked to them quite a bit about that. I genuinely could not, in good faith, even make a video or anything on it. Because I'm like, this is definitely not... I have too many people who do not speak English as their first language. And that would be not fair for them. Being like, yeah, here, buy this like $70, $80 game that holds you in contempt because you don't speak English perfectly. I'm like, oh. Oh no. Nibelhagen. The Nibelhagen. I don't think we're... Tabletopy doesn't seem like it's going to make it. Sorry, Tabletopy Kings, we're not going to make it. Let's go to itch.io and feel sad. I mean, what's the worst that could be on itch.io, right? What's the worst that could happen? Oh, we've got a new Gilla game. Yay. A new journaling game. Yay. Narrative, TTRPG, Dungeon Walk. That's a shit post. Fuck you. Karma Punks. Tell me more about Karma Punks. I want to learn more about the punks. I, Don Quixote, the Lord of La Mancha, destiny. Heroic Fantasy PBTA game. Oh boy. Oh boy. Woo. Oh, Eat the Reich finally came out. You know, Eat the Reich, this game that's been coming out for 8 billion years and has like one gimmick. You know, the gimmick. My favorite, the gimmick. Hello, Karma Punks. The game isn't cancelled. Yeah, well, it's certainly on hiatus. No more of an open Patreon support early access small group playtest model. I'm mostly finished and available for sale cheap Ashcan version. Most of the complete game. Time to... you know what I need to do? It's time to click on the claim access button and get Karma Punks. Hell yeah. It's Karma Punk hours. Yeah, stalking the RPG. This is on 1D. This was on 1D4 channel. I wonder if they went legit. Postcard Neko Girl. There's nothing here. There never was anything here. All right, everyone. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I think we did it, everyone. I'm going to now stop streaming because my throat hurts. And I'm going to make dinner now because I'm hungry and haven't eaten anything today. So, Godspeed, good luck. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I will see you all, I don't know. I'll definitely see you all again, though. So, I am, as they say, away.